how children in their country who may be orphans, who are vulnerable, are protected. And so much of that safeguarding across the world has been in a very narrow way. It has been saying that those children should go into children's homes. And what SFAC does, it provides a complete, in a sense, service. And let me tell you that there is every chance that next year, Ranjit and I, or other lawyers, will be going into Kenya to do training with magistrates, because child protection is a key issue. Now, when I look at what the situation is in Uganda, and this is just really very quick overview, and it's absolutely not at all critical, but let me just say, when I was searching, it said that 11% of all Ugandan children are orphans, and that it's thought that, so the US aid says that as a result of that, the impact on those children, as you'll very much appreciate, is it impacts on health, skills, development, nutrition. The children are at risk. The risk is that they get into crime. The risk is that they end up in prison with adults. So it's a problem. It's a problem. It's a massive problem in Uganda. And when I've done just asking, and you may correct me, my impression is that when children come across the authorities put them into some form of children's home, which might be church-based. I understand that the government has no children's homes as such, or if they are children with particular issues, that they may go into some other form of children's homes. But it's children's homes. The question that is now coming up right across the world, is, are children's homes the best way in which children should be safeguarded? And I just, again, did a bit of investigation. And there I found that there was an East African website, the news website called The World. And the journalist had done an investigation into 3 children's homes in Uganda. And this was in March of this year. And she spoke about how the children had been emotionally and physically abused. She said what's remarkable about this is that in Uganda, there are strong laws. It's not the shortage of laws that is the problem. It's actually that there is, in her terms, money flooding is her words, into Uganda from America and from Europe, so that children's homes become a business. And she raised the question: can children's homes ever be the answer to orphans' problems? And so you might think, well, that's perhaps 3 potentially badly run children's homes, and all the rest are okay. But if we can just I want that back up again. But can you just put the other one, the red pepper one, just up? So if it comes up, it doesn't really matter. But then I found that yesterday, way up, not quite that one, but there we are. No, it isn't. No, yes, there we are. So this headline from yesterday's red pepper, which I know is scurrilous and may not be the basis of all news, but it's the fact that it's there, and it says infighting erupts at Watoto. Now I've been to Watoto, the church, and I know that Watoto has a lot of children in 3 children's homes. Now, whatever the truth of the allegations, and I, freely accept that those are just allegations, and that maybe that Red Pepper have got the wrong end of the stick. The reality is that somewhere like Watoto, which has such a reputation in Uganda, that it hits a headline, and that it should be the subject to allegations that actually in some of the homes, children are not being treated properly. And the people who've raised it, who are former children who've passed through those homes, have said the allegations need to be investigated. Now, whether they will be, I don't know. But I just use that as an illustration because that was yesterday. And I know from speaking to some lawyers this morning that there is a sense that there are just too many children in the, if it's 11%. Now, what we want to say is that as lawyers, you can make a real difference. You can make a difference. I'm not saying to you that you have to get involved in arguing about Watoto or about this, but maybe somebody has to start looking about how children are provided for. Now, Ranjit can come. Just go back to us. So, did you put any photos of? Okay. So, in about 2011, a Christian group in Paraguay became concerned about the number of children in children's homes and began a movement for change. And Paraguay it's a much smaller country than Uganda, but it probably had only 30 children out of 150,000 children who were orphans in a foster care program. Now, fostering as we see it is about how people within Paraguay or within Uganda take responsibility for children who are orphans. And over a period of 12 years, 13 years, change has been on the cards. And in 2018, Ranjit and I went and spoke to a huge group of lawyers. Do you want to just say something about that, Ranjit?
The key thing, I suppose, about Paraguay and this project is it didn't happen in one day. It took 10, 12 years. And it was local social workers in Paraguay who worked with local NGOs, who worked with government ministers, who worked with judges and lawyers. We went one year and we sat down for dinner with the Vice President of Paraguay, and he asked us to explain how we do things in England and Wales and what the process is. And they have come to England and they have observed and asked questions from ministers to judges to lawyers, and they've learned how the system works. And they have changed the system so it works for Paraguay, so it works for them. But we have lectured to the psychologists, the social workers, the lawyers and the judges about how do you think about what is in the interest of a child? In any country around the world, United Nations, the rights of a child, what are the rights of a child? How do we promote that? Whether that's in Uganda or Kenya. I've lectured in Ghana. I've done it in Turkey, Kurdistan, Iraq, Brazil. Same children, okay? Same parents, same family. What is in the child's best interest? If the parents are doing drugs or alcohol or violence, or they're passed away, if a child is orphan or unsafe, what is best for this child? Surely it's best for the child to be with a grandmother or a grandfather or an aunt or an uncle if they're 5 years old or 6 years old. How do we make this work in law? What is the process? That's how we provided the training. For some children, 15-year-olds who are in street crime, in gangs, maybe it's safer to put them in a children's home because it's more protected. But each child should have a plan, a care plan, a child plan. This was the education we were sharing with them over many years. When they came to England, I arranged for them to meet lots of judges, and they could sit in court and observe, just so they could focus on what is in the interest of a child. I have cases, or I had cases in England as a lawyer, as a judge, Ugandan children, where the local authority, the government, wants to adopt the child in England, but there's family in Uganda. We have children in England who they want to place with a white foster care family. So the child will have no culture, no language, no food, none of the community. And if there's nothing else available, maybe that's the only best option. But look at all the options first. See what is best for this child. So this is the program that Nigel's talking about.
Yeah. So can it work in Uganda? Well, if we are going into Kenya, and the guy who's the chief executive of our charity, and it is a very small charity, has been in Sierra Leone. He has been in Botswana. He's been in, I always get it wrong, anyway, he's working with UNICEF and the American Embassy. But I just want to be really grounded for a minute. Ranjit and I came down from Masindi on Wednesday. About 20 years ago, a Ugandan in my village at home, who worked for an engineering company, wanted to put something back into the village that he came from, just outside Masindi, called Chiema. And he began by wanting to put a water pump. Money came in, the water pump, there was enough then for electricity. We then had a community hall. And ultimately, there is a nursery that's self-funding and has gone from nothing to 360. But about 20 years ago, at the time of HIV, there was a real awareness of the number of orphans in the Masindi area. One of my colleagues was a social worker. Sadly, he's died, but he recommended that instead of having the children going into a children's home, we set up a foster care program. And what happened was that a woman who is actually a canon now in the Church of Uganda, but she was at that stage she was employed by the Mothers Union. We identified people who could be foster carers. She vetted them. We then went through a process by which they identified children, because there's so many orphans, we could put through the program, which began when they were young, and we changed over the years, and they were funded through university. And 56 children have come through. Tomorrow morning I'm meeting one of them. He has been so successful. At one point he's been working in the office of the Madam President. And every year the foster homes are visited, records are kept, and all that they got from us in England was about 125,000 shillings a term to help them pay for some school education, until, of course, they went to university and that we funded the fees through university. But I tell you that because it's been successful, but we reached a point where the people in England had begun to get old, and the fundraising at that end was coming to an end. But we had about £10,000 left. And we said to the committee in Chiema, it's ending. They were horrified initially. And then they sat down and they thought, what can we do? One of the orphans was then employed by the Munyaro Sugar Corporation. And he was in charge of the sugar growing in the fields. So he was very expert in that. He felt that this program should not end. So the money has gone to, we've now got 23 hectares of sugarcane, which are going to raise money. And instead of it going into phased decline, we hope to bring more children on. Now, organizations like this need at times professional support. They need somebody whom they can turn to. They can't afford to pay for lawyers. It's a really small organization. Could that be you providing that advice? Could we say, you contact me and say, look, Nigel, I'm really, the fate of children moves my heart, and the least I could do is. Or honestly, we could take the mustard seed, that's what it is, called the Mustard Seed Project. We could take this on as in our firm. We could raise some money. The reason I mention it is that your system in Uganda has to change. It has to change. Children's homes are, 2 minutes, right? Children's homes are things of the past. Have a look at, it's gone, but have a look at the SFAC. It's a really simple thing. sfac.org.uk is our website. Are you ready to be people who want to bring about change in Uganda for the good of children? I've given you a micro thing, Mustard Seed Project in Chiema. But on a macro basis, the change in Paraguay came about because lawyers, social workers, and probation officers all came together with the Supreme Court, with the Attorney General, to say things have got to change. Now in Uganda, this is my final comment. In Uganda, you have brilliant laws. You sign up to the children's rights for the UN. But in practice, it doesn't work. There are so many children in either on the streets, and we would be saying to you as lawyers, catch a vision for change. Take it on. Corporate social responsibility means using the skills you have, I think I said, to bring about a change either locally or nationally.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Over lunch, if anybody wants to discuss any of these things that Nigel has talked about, I know he and I are happy to have a conversation just about our corporate responsibility, what passions we have and how we've made that work, both in our careers as lawyers. I'm still doing this work pro bono as a judge because it's not always about work. You want to give something back. Whatever your vision, whether it's mental health, whether it's children, whether it's dementia, whether it's cancer, whether it's brain tumors, whatever you have a passion with, you have a corporate responsibility to do this work. I would encourage you to think about that. I'm going to spend about 45 minutes now talking from a judge's perspective. Can you please put the PowerPoint up for me? Purpose of this presentation really is just to share with you an English judge. I say English judge, I'm Indian. An Indian judge, born in England, raised in England. My perspective as a judge, having been a lawyer. And I'm hoping that here I can simply transfer some of the skills I've learned on both sides. So lawyer to judge, otherwise known as a poacher, who now became the game warden. The skills are transferable. I don't speak for Ugandan judges, I don't speak for Ugandan lawyers. But hopefully some of the things I will give you a food for thought, some things to think about. First page first. So, some of the objectives really are for me to, next screen please, are to talk about how you may want to improve your advocacy skills at whatever level you are, whether you're a new lawyer, whether you're 20 years in the job. I was an advocate every day in court, maybe 25 years. My very first morning, my principal sent me to court. Here's the file, Ranjit. These are the issues. This is what you have to say. And I looked at her and says, are you for real? She goes, yeah. And my biggest concern was, how do I find the court building? How do I get there? It's a different town. And she goes, go, you're going to be late. So I was put in the deep end on day one. I'm not saying do that with your young lawyers, but when I went to court and I was going to do the case, there was 4 lawyers on the case, and I was about to speak. The lawyer next to me started talking and said, "Oh, I've spoken to Principal Woodhead, and her views are the same as my client's views, and this is what we're doing today, Judge." And I looked at him and he winked. So she'd kind of sent me to court to put my feet in the fire, but not quite. She gave me the exposure just to that first adrenaline rush I got familiar with. But that is not a good advocate. A good advocate should be prepared. So I'm going to make you think about, how do you look at witness evidence? How do you challenge your witness? As an advocate, do you think about what the judge is thinking? You know, we go in as lawyers, this is my instructions, I have to win this case. Summary judgment, strikeout, a possession, a trespass, a prosecution. But do you think of it, you may think of it as the other side, your opponent, defendant versus claimant, prosecutor, defendant. But do you actually sit back and look at this and say, right, judge's perspective, how is the judge going to look at this case? And then change your advocacy, change your points. So let's talk about that as well. And then I'm going to give you some tips as to if you've got a professional witness. Let's say you've got an engineering dispute and the engineer comes into court and gives evidence. I'm an engineer, I have this many qualifications. You're a lawyer, you don't know engineering. This is my evidence. How do you challenge an expert, medical, engineer, professional? We'll talk about that. So it's a quick guide, but hopefully you'll have some tips. Next slide. So what makes a good advocate? Preparation is key. You've got to know your case. You have to know your facts. As a judge, I'm always annoyed if the advocate comes in and gives me wrong information, which I can see on the file. I've read the file for 30 minutes. He's had the case for 6 months. And maybe you've sent somebody in your business to do the case for you. And they've been given the file in the morning, so they've had no preparation. You've got to be articulate. You've got to be able to vocalize. You've got to be concise. Remember, you may have 60 seconds to get the judge's attention. What are you going to say first? You've got to be flexible. So if the judge says, "Oh, stop," I'll say, "Stop, I'm not interested in this. Tell me about this." You can't lose your feel. You can't lose your pace. So be ready for the question and always be there to help the judge. Now, clients always said to me, "I want to go to court because I want the truth. I want the truth. It's principle." Well, it's not about the truth. Courts have nothing to do with truth. I'm not God. I'm a judge. I decide evidence on the 2 tests: crime, beyond reasonable doubt; civil, balance of probabilities. So I can say on the balance of probabilities, I believe you over you. You could still be lying, but on the evidence I had to make a decision on the facts. On the balance of probabilities, civil standard of proof, these are my reasons why on the balance I think this is more likely than this. So tell the client, even if if your evidence is not very good, if you lack any records, if you're a poor witness, you're a poor historian, you may lose. Why come to court? Because the court is not about truth. Only the person who was in the room, if they assaulted somebody, only the person who was driving really knows what happens. As a judge, I have to balance the evidence. So convey this to your client. Don't come to me and say, "Judge, my client wants the truth," because I'm not interested in. I'd like to know the truth, but it's beyond my capabilities. I'm not the Lord Divine. I am a judge. I'm a human being. Evidence. What is your evidence? And if your client's case is no good, tell them. That is your job. You are giving that advice. Don't waste their money. Don't waste your time. If you come to my court, your card's marked, because I will know you are wasting court resources, court time. This case is hopeless. Not because your client's not telling the truth, because it lacks evidence. And that is the role of a lawyer. So remember, you are the officer of the court. You're assisting the judge. Primary duty. So I've done cases where road traffic accident, a truck driver and a car collision. We had 2 witnesses. So we had claimant and defendant. They were prosecuting each other. They were civil claim for damages. Each had a witness. And I was reading the file. And the witness was a passenger in another vehicle across the road. So she was a passenger and she saw this accident. And the other witness was a driver. And when they came into court, I looked at their statements. They had the same address. And as I read their statement, it was mother and daughter, and they were in the same car. So they were parked over there in the same car. Daughter says it was a truck driver's fault. I saw it. And the mother said, no, it was the car. So two people saw this accident and they gave a different account because their memory will bridge the gaps. When did she look? At what point did she see? Did she see them approach from 10 meters away? Or when the collision happened? Because she probably looked to that way, heard the collision, looked, oh, it's a truck. And then she will repeat this and her brain will think, yes, what I saw is true. So it just shows you witness fallibility. Witness evidence is not always reliable. It's mother and daughter in the same house. Also remember that for 6 months to a year before the case, mother and daughter would have discussed this case at home. So when they come to court, this is not fresh. So just bear those things in mind. Now we're going to do a quick test. Don't worry, it's not a pass or fail. So I'm going to ask you to watch the screen, okay? Online, please do this as well. No talking, no cheating. And I'm going to ask for the answer. So we're going to put this up on screen. You're going to have to count. And if you've done this before, please don't speak out or share. But I'm going to ask you to count how many times a basketball is passed between certain players. So how many times the players wearing white t-shirt pass the basketball? So white t-shirt only. No other color. White t-shirt passing the basketball. Count how many passes, and then we'll see how many good witnesses do I have in the room or online. Okay? Count how many times the players wearing white pass the basketball. Let's go. Stop. Okay. So in this room, did anybody count less than 10 passes? Okay, I can't do it online, I'm afraid, but 11 passes in the room? Put your hand up if you're with me. 12? So we have 2 12s. 13 passes. 2 for 13. 14 passes. 3. Anybody higher than 14? 1. How many did you get? 16. So you are lawyers. You are the brains of Uganda. And you gave me different numbers. Come on. Yeah? Did anybody in the room notice anything else? Did you notice anything else in the video? It's a yes or no? Okay, let's have a look at this. Let's play. Sorry. No, I'm not going to. We'll see it on the screen. Actually, out of interest, what did you see?
It felt like the same clip was being replayed.
Okay. The same clip was not being replayed. It was a normal passing game. They're playing basketball. Let's play. 15. No one got 15. Did you see the gorilla? One person saw the gorilla. Anybody else see the gorilla? Look at this. Okay? Now, I don't know how many online people saw the gorilla, but you're so focused on something, you miss that completely. You can Google this, this research. It's there, and there's so many other clips, but it shows you witness memory. So, do I have a room full of liars? If you swore in the Bible to speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, you're wrong. Yeah? Memory. So, as a judge, just because someone tells you this, Judge, I'm telling you, it was 12 passes. Judge, it was 16 passes. 12 passes, 13. Remember, that's what they think. And they've convinced themselves this is right. So as a lawyer, remember this when you're challenging a witness. Okay? Because if you're going to court and say, Judge, he is a liar. Can you make a finding he is lying on oath? That's a very strong allegation. Okay? I'm unlikely to say this good good abiding Christian is a liar. What I may say is, I accept that he thinks what he saw is correct, but on the evidence available, I prefer this. You're more likely to win my judgment that way than me having to say he's lied on oath. That's quite a serious allegation to make. Judge, maybe he's mistaken, maybe he's confused, maybe he's a poor historian. Different ways to put he's a liar, but don't use the word liar. So, just going forward. Next slide, please. So, when I'm looking at this, I'm not looking at truth or lie. I'm looking at evidence, balance of probabilities, or I'm not a criminal judge, but criminal would be beyond reasonable doubt. So you can see social lubricant, judge, he's embellished the account, he's exaggerated the account. But always you have to come back to the evidence. And so many lawyers forget the basics. I'm the judge. Tell me what the facts are that you think are going to persuade me to make a factual decision. That's my job. Key thing that I want to know as a judge is, what is the application before me today? There may be a big application, for big damages. But today is only about an interim case management hearing. You're applying for a cost order, you're applying for an injunction, you're applying for strikeout on a sub-application. Tell me what I need to know today. I don't want to know about 2 years of history. I want to know my job today. Application. Tell me what is agreed, what is not agreed. Because I can tell in my judgment what is agreed, then I know what issue is not agreed, what is in dispute. If I know what's in dispute, I can go to the questions I need to ask. Because if you're waffling, I'll say, stop. I don't want to know what's agreed. You've told me what's agreed. Tell me about what's not agreed. Explain this to me. And then I can make my decision on the facts. I make my factual decision, and then tell me the legal test if I don't know it. And I'll apply the legal test. And you will have my formulated judgment then, in the same hour. A trial, of course, is different. So, one of the things we do in England is we have a court forum. So lawyers can come in and see the judge as a group, and we can have a discussion about some of the issues that lawyers have and the judge has. So that may improve standards. Again, if I don't know if you do this in the Uganda courts, but maybe speak to the court managers, see if they will speak to the judge, see if they're willing to have some sort of court forum meeting maybe once every 6 months, just to discuss how you can all improve the service for you as lawyers, for your clients, and for the judges, because they will have frustrations. And how can they share these with you in a closed environment? Also, for young lawyers, it's good to meet judges in this environment, because they don't always have access to the judges, and they may be slightly afraid of them. But we are just people. So, moving forward, credibility. Credibility of a witness. So, you all lack credibility now because you can't count basketball passes. You can't see a gorilla walking through a scene. He could have been a murderer with a knife. You missed it. Okay, so when we're looking at credibility, contemporaneous for me is always key. Contemporaneous means evidence at the time. So a murder scene, a road traffic accident, CCTV footage is video, but it's there online. Audio recording, it was live. Maybe the ambulance came and the paramedics made records within the hour, contemporaneous. Maybe a child went to school and says, I'm being abused, and the teacher wrote everything down, contemporary. It's at the time. If you look at evidence which is 6 months later, person has made up some of it from their memory. Memories fade, poor historian. It's a phrase we use often, poor historian, not liar. People look at evidence. When they went to the police station to make the complaint, they said, I was hit twice. When they go and see the lawyer about claiming for damages, they say, he hit me 5 times. That goes in the statement. When they come into the witness box, judge, he punched and kicked me, he threw me to the floor, and then he hit me for 7 times. So if you look at their record, and you may have a large file of papers, but if you look at what this person said throughout their journey, has it changed? And the lawyer will do this for the judge. And if they don't, the judge will look at it as well. Obvious thing. Look at the chronology of, you may have 10 witnesses, you may have one witness, but follow it through. And that's how you can look at credibility as a judge and as a lawyer. Now, if I can show inconsistencies, it may be that this person has they're uneducated compared to a lawyer. Maybe they have a low IQ compared to somebody else. So you factor in these variables. Next slide. Just a couple of things. Non-verbal cues, so action. Non-verbal cues, conduct, manner, behavior, delivery, inflection, talking louder at the end, talking lower. Pitch varies of a witness. As a judge, this comes into what we call demeanor. The witness who looks up, the witness who looks down, the witness whose eyes go sideways, fidgets, moves around in the witness box because they're nervous, because they're lying and they're scared to get caught, they're sweating. Witnesses tap their leg. You see it all. They stop and they won't answer the question, they answer something else. They'll talk for 10 minutes thinking that you've forgot the question. And the lawyer will, I as a lawyer, I would ask the question. Whatever the question is, I ask the question. And the witness would ramble. And then they'd say, what do you know? What do you know? I would not respond. I would repeat the same question. And then they'd answer something else. I'd repeat the same. I wouldn't say you haven't answered the question. I wouldn't say, can I bring you back? I would repeat the same question. I'd do it 4 times, 5 times. I'd wind the witness up as a lawyer. And then I'd say after 5 times, I've asked you 5 times, you've not answered my question. Why am I doing this? I'm showing the judge. When I come to my submissions, evasive witness, difficult witness, okay? I don't want them to answer my question. All I'm doing is showing they're not credible. Yeah? I have my case, I have my instructions. If they don't want to answer it, I'm okay. I've got my version, which I'll give to the judge with my witness. This is the other side. So just think about credibility. There's loads of stuff on the internet about demeanor. But if you go over the next page, when we talk about demeanor, gaze aversion, long pauses, twitching, fidgeting, demeanor on its own should never be used to say, judge, the witness is not telling the truth because their demeanor, they were sweating, they were nervous, there was this, there was this. That is not, it's one piece. It's one piece of the jigsaw, it's not a good piece. Better to look at evidence. I gave a long judgment maybe 2 weeks ago. I had a witness, she spoke in the witness box for 2 days. She was cross-examined uphill, downhill. And the parties were saying she's a terrible witness, you know, don't find for her, she lacks credibility. And I said in my judgment, I said she didn't answer the questions, she spoke very long answers, she didn't focus on the response, she didn't assist me as a judge, she wanted to tell me what she wanted to tell me, not what I needed to hear. She fidgeted, she tapped her leg, she was a bad witness in demeanor. But I said she also suffers from depression, she has anxiety, and she has ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. So I said, her demeanor is not going to assist me in my judgment. I will focus on the evidence. In some cases, I may have used that as a piece of the jigsaw, looking at the facts. In that case, I said, no, not relevant, because she has these problems. And putting her 2 days in a witness stand was hard for her. Next page, please. So, we talked about non-verbal cues. These are verbal cues. So, if somebody tells you in their first statement, I got hit 5 times, to the police, they go to the hospital, they tell the doctor, we have medical records, ambulance records, police records, we have the lawyer's statement, all consistent, they come into court, and they're 5 times, consistent all the way through. Consistent witness, we would say, suggests credible witness. But they may be just a polished liar. They may be a good liar. So bear this in mind. So it depends on which side of you're prosecuting or defending, claimant, defendant, you use it both ways. Judge, I can see they were consistent, but this does not mean they're telling the truth. But as a judge, I will have to balance this when I'm looking at making a credibility finding either way. people also self-corroborate. They'll repeat something that they've said. Look, they'll repeat self-corroboration, and that again is not them saying the truth. They're simply repeating the same thing and again and again and again. Doesn't always mean they're telling the truth. So just bear that in mind. Next slide, please. Things that again I'll think about then is someone telling the truth. A genuine witness may change the story because they've remembered something. Doesn't automatically mean they've lied. You've got to. These are pieces of a jigsaw which I have to put together to look at the balance of probabilities. So as lawyers, you should be doing the same, and you should be telling me what the picture is. So if your client forgets key evidence in the witness box because they get stressed, they get confused, your colleague is cross-examining them and they're quite a good lawyer, so your witness is struggling. Doesn't mean they're not telling the truth, it means they struggle as a witness. So say this to the judge: my client was telling the truth, judge, but she got confused. She got nervous, he got nervous. And if you're the other side, say, well, judge, he's a liar, or she's not being honest or reliable. So you've got to play it both ways. And the judge, who is hopefully experienced, will balance and find what they think is the civil standard of proof. Also bear in mind, witnesses don't always talk in like we do as lawyers. We talk chronological. Our brain is trained over years of law training, chronological orders. Average witness won't do it that way. They'll jump to what they think is relevant and important. So the advocate, stop them and say, look, let's take this in stages. Help the judge. Because if I'm writing my judgment, I want to know either the topics or I want to know the date order, so I can put that into my judgment. Okay, next slide, please. Unconscious bias. Again, something online you can look at. As judges, we have training on this. Unconscious bias. Who am I biased with without thinking about it? I've realized one of my problems as a judge and as a lawyer, my unconscious bias was other ethnic minority lawyers who were not good. They were not good. They were not professional. They were either lazy or not doing their job, I thought, to the good standard. I felt they were letting the side down. So they got a more tougher deal from me as a lawyer. I would be even worse with them than any other lawyer. So if I had a Nigel or some other lawyer from his firm or another firm, and they were average or not good, it didn't trouble me. I won my case. If I saw another Sikh or an Indian doing a bad job, it annoyed me. Just do your job properly. You're letting the side down. We've only got 5% Asian lawyers. We should all be raising the standards. And it was unconscious bias. And I realized this when I was doing my training. So I'm very aware now as a judge, if I have 3 lawyers in the room, it could be white, black, Asian, I should be objective with all 3. I shouldn't pick on one because he's Asian and he's not doing his job as good as the white or the black lawyer. So, this is important. And I've seen other judges, there was lady judges who said, oh, we like the private school blonde, blue-eyed boy. So they have this image and they may be nicer. We have judges, I have female judges who I appealed before, who preferred men to ladies. They gave the lady lawyers a hard time in court, but they were okay with the men. This is unconscious bias. And we are trained not to do this. Obviously human behavior is such, but you need to be objective. So again, as a lawyer, you need to be the same, impartial. If somebody has lied about something important in the case, does that mean that we can't trust them now? Fundamentally, we've caught them on oath, they have lied. We know it, black and white. They said it was this, but we have a video evidence which is now shown, and it shows they are lying. Does that mean they've lied about everything? Can we no longer trust their evidence? It's a piece of the jigsaw. If I turn to the next slide. Go again. Go again. I'm going to skip this at the moment. Actually, no, just, I suppose, confirmation bias. If we've seen something, our brain will make up the rest of the evidence. So if I'm looking this way now, I know Nigel sat there, And in my picture, I can see him sat there. Now, Nigel may have left, but my brain still thinks he's there. And that's what we do as a human brain. So again, it's another way why we say witnesses sometimes think they've seen something, but they haven't. You haven't seen the gorilla, for example, and the basketball is the example. But next slide. This is an important case. It's a Lucas warning. Lucas was the case. And it says it's not uncommon for witnesses to tell lies during an investigation or during the court hearing. Witnesses lie for various reasons: duress, shame, loyalty to the family. They panic, they fear, it could be distress. And this case says just because they lie about one thing doesn't mean they're lying about everything. Okay? So it may be a lady who doesn't want to share something private about her private medical issue, and she's lied about it. It may be a child has lied about something. It may be a witness has lied about something because they don't want their friend to get in trouble, or their parent. So Aaron Lucas, 1981, Queen's Bench, but it's an English case, but the principle is a good principle, and you can transfer that to any area of law when you're trying to win or lose a case, depending on who you're acting for. Next slide. So this is interesting. How many people, just stop there. So there was research done as to who can detect a lie, who is good. So they had teachers meet with these students or these individuals, and only 45% of teachers could spot the liars from the truth speakers. 47% social workers. Judges, only 55% could spot a lie. Okay, let's keep going. Police, 57%. And prisoners, 59%. Prisoners could pick liars better than judges. Next, special agents, 65%. I think that's the last one. Let's go back again. So what this tells us is the bottom two, prisoners and special agents, they trust nobody. They have no trust, so they're looking, and they're better able to detect. Teachers, social workers, very open. They work with families, they work with children, so they're more open. Judges, we keep an open mind, and we're trying to decide on the balance of probability. And equally, this isn't really a test of evidence. It's a test of spotting a lie when you're talking to somebody, listening to a room. Judges are trained as lawyers to look at the evidence. Okay, so if you leave it to chance, judge, can you make the decision on this case, please? You might as well throw a coin, heads or tails. Okay? If you want to come to court and you want to win, evidence, balance of probabilities. Always come back to that. So you may lose if you have bad evidence. Remember this. So just some general comments on the next slide. So when you're looking at cases as lawyers, I'm looking at it as a judge. How does each piece fit together? How does the contemporaneous records fit with the statements? How do the statements and initial records fit with oral evidence? So I would often, in my trial preparation or now as a judge, I'll have a topic, an issue, this fact, this incident, and then I look at the evidence around that issue. How does a jigsaw, how does the fabric of that evidence fit together? Which do I prefer over the others? And then I can write my judgment about that evidence and the facts. And I'll do that by topic, by issue that I have to decide. One of the key things is, I think, how readily does a witness make concessions? So when a witness says, look, judge, I made a mistake here. I can see this. I made a mistake. It was wrong. They made a concession. It shows me that they're being more reliable, more honest. The witness that denies everything generally is probably more unreliable. Somebody who makes a concession against their own case and says, look, they're right about this. I was wrong. It shows me that maybe they're a bit more objective. So next slide, please. Cross-examination. 'Cause, lawyers lose a chance. When you're going second, so you're cross-examining this witness who's been led by their counsel first, they've put this good picture. If you're going to cross-examine this person to undermine them, your first time to speak, sometimes in court, what are you going to say for the first 10 questions? Maybe they're the most 10 important questions. Not just because the judge gets to know how you are and what you're putting, but you might just wobble the witness in the first 10 minutes before they settle, before they relax, before they're going to start sparring with you as the barrister or the lawyer. Think about the first 10. What would you pick? Don't pick an easy one topic. Pick something which is going to make them nervous. Challenge them. What's your style? Passive-aggressive, aggressive, calm? But if you're going to try to undermine the witness, you've got to do that at the start. Also, if a lawyer says to me at the end, Judge, can I also ask you to make this finding against this witness? If they did not put that in evidence, I'll say no. You didn't put it to the witness. So remember, if you're trying to establish 10, 12 key facts, make sure you put those topics to the witness. Even if they say we don't agree, it's a yes, no. Do you agree this? And they say no. You've put it. And then you can undermine the witness with your own case and your own evidence. Next slide. Next slide. So just some obvious themes when you're trying to challenge a witness. Passive-aggressive versus full-blown attack, soft approach, or you're going to go for the kill. Depends on your case. If you're going to aim high and say he's a liar, you're going to have to back it up with good evidence because it's a hard threshold to meet. He's an honest witness, Judge, but he's mistaken. He couldn't see clearly because it was raining, it was dark, the streetlights weren't working. He was not wearing his glasses. He's tried to be honest with the court, but he simply has made a mistake. The client or the witness has exaggerated, embellished. Here's the records, they've changed the story. Or you could say the witness was wrong on issue 1, therefore is wrong on issue 2. And if you're the other side, you'll say, Judge, we know the witness was wrong on issue 1, but Lucas Warning says they're not wrong on everything. So this is how you would argue your different sides. Okay, next slide. So this is just something I want to put together to help when you're looking at experts. Because it's one thing challenging a layperson, a witness, but experts are hard. You bring a psychologist in, they're trained, and they've written 100 reports before for the court, and they've given evidence, or an engineer, or a doctor, whatever your professional. Claimant has their witness, professional, you have your witness, maybe they don't agree. So how do we get under their skin? How do we make them feel they're wrong? How do we persuade the judge, my expert is better than theirs? So, next slide, sorry. So, these are my top 10 tips for taking down an expert. I've often used these in judgment because I have to give a finding as to whether I accept the evidence of expert 1 over expert 2. And I'm not an expert on these areas of, science. So, firstly, are they an expert? The lawyer should look at their CV. They should look at their qualifications, their panel accreditations. Case I did recently, chartered clinical psychologist, 15 years qualified, 5-day trial, finished the evidence, I'm writing my reserved judgment, and the lawyers email me, Judge, we want to reopen the case and recall the expert. Why? She's not a chartered clinical psychologist, she lied on her CV, she lied on oath. I was like, well, you picked her. The lawyers picked the expert. Not my job to pick the expert, I'm the judge. And, this case would go on for another 6 months. And what this expert had done is, she was a member of 2 panels. One was the regulator, official, compulsory. She was still a member of that, so she is a professional. The second was voluntary. And if you were paying your fees for the voluntary panel, you could use the word chartered clinical, protected title. She no longer was, because it's voluntary, why pay the fees? So she stopped using that panel, only the compulsory one. So she had no right to use the word chartered clinical psychologist. She was just a counseling psychologist. And I said, look, I'm not going to reopen the case because it's going to cause a delay for this child, and it doesn't change my conclusion. I've made my own findings. But the lawyers, they were having great fun arguing about this, you know, because it undermined their case over their case. So you could look at the CV. Often people, you know, it's not up to date. If they had done this in the trial, the psychologist would have really been struggling. They'd have really been panicking. Oh, I've lied on oath. And the whole psychologist expert's evidence would have been nervous. So you'd have scored more points on other arguments. But the lawyer didn't do the research before the witness went into the witness stand. Okay? So when the expert comes in and I've got a PhD, I'm a professor, I lecture at, you know, this university, bring them down. That's how you do it. Check their CV. Look at dates. Engineers, when did you go to the site inspection? When did you receive the papers? When did you receive the surveyor's report, the land deeds? Because sometimes they haven't received the papers until last week. So when you wrote this report, what information did you have? Oh, you only had the account given by your client. You didn't have anything else. Is your report fair? Is it balanced? So look at when they received information. Because if they received it out of time, it's not an objective report. Do market research. What do other engineers, other psychologists, other doctors, what do they say? Look at US, look at Europe, look at East Africa, look at Kenya, look wherever. Find another expert who is bigger and better than them. What does their panel say? Engineers, chartered surveyors, what do they say about the process of a report? Have they followed their standards? If they haven't, it's not a good report. How many times did they have meetings? Did they keep a minute, a record of the meeting? Duration? Who they spoke to? Okay? If they've met with one party behind a closed door, not with both parties present, are they objective? So you can ask these questions. So is it one expert for both sides, single joint report, or individual? You can ask these questions. Next slide. We've almost finished. So often with clients, parties, let's say your client has a low IQ and they were being assessed. Did the expert spend longer with them because they had to go at a slower pace? Did they give them breaks when they're assessing them? Could be a psychologist, for example. If it was an engineer doing a site inspection or a land surveyor looking at a site, a land dispute, were there any adjustments made on the day? I've dealt with notes already. Number 7. Experts often presume. They think they know. Do they know the facts? Have they read the statements that were sent to them of fact? If they've got the facts wrong, then their conclusion analysis is flawed. So check that they know the facts. And it's not the facts today, it's the facts when they wrote the report. How old was the report? 6 months ago? 3 months ago? 2 weeks ago? What facts did they know when they signed that report? Statement of truth. So look at the date and the time. Check with your client. Has the expert recorded what you said correctly? And, the key thing is when you ask social workers or professionals, what do you think about this parent or this parent? I'll use a family example. The social worker is saying they're not fit to parent, they're a risk. And they'll give you 10 reasons why they can't parent, 10 negative reasons, because that's what their case is. And they've never thought about the positives. Maybe there's only 3 positives versus 10 negative. But if they've not mentioned them, is it fair? Is it objective? And if you as a lawyer say to the witness, you haven't thought about these, do you agree this is a positive? Yes. You agree this is a positive? Yes. When you're doing your submissions, you say, Judge, look, they had it in. They nailed their colours to the mast straight away. They were not fair and objective. So that's how you can challenge an expert, if they've not looked at all the options before coming down with their conclusion. So it's 2 minutes to 1. Lunch is at 1, so next slide. There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Another hand clap for Justice Ranjit. Thank you so much. We'll just take 1 or 2 questions and we'll break off for lunch.
Thank you so much, Justice. Just a quick one. From a judge's perspective, what are the most challenges you have faced with us, the litigant? Okay, not the litigants per se, the lawyers representing the litigants that you would love us to address when we are coming to your chambers or your courtrooms?
One of the biggest problems with lawyers is they don't comply with court orders, and then I have to be mean. And I don't want to be mean. You know, I want to be a nice judge to you, but if you're not doing what I say, you will get it. So if I say do something by a set time, it's not to make my life easier or anything. It's to be a fair process. You know, if this lawyer files their documents on the morning of a hearing and you've only had 1 hour's notice and they should have come in last week so you could take instructions from your client and prepare, you will say, Judge, adjourn. It's not fair. He's breached. Okay, so I'm wasting court time, resources. We have delays. This is a problem for me. So court compliance with orders is important to maintain cases proceeding. What would help me is if I have a hearing, the file could be quite thick. I don't need to read the whole file. I want to know what I'm doing today on this file. Okay, so if you can file a position statement, maybe 2-page document, just telling me what the case is about, the history, the details, because this case may be the first time in my list. Maybe I've not seen the case for 6 months. It will give me 2 minutes to read 2 pages, and I'll understand now what the issues are. So when you come into court, I'm aware what we're doing. So you've already started your advocacy with me before you walked into my chambers or into my courtroom. I know what you're looking for, and I know what you're looking for. So a position statement always helps the judge. Frustrations, I think, really are lawyers who are ill-prepared. You know, you are lawyers, you're charging your client, you are officers of the court, you are professionals. So be professional, okay? Don't take a case if you can't do it. If you can't do advocacy, you shouldn't be doing it. I know you have to learn, so try to learn properly, learn in your firm. But you have to walk before you can run. As a judge, my job is not to train you. My job is to administer justice and make a decision. So lawyers who hinder that process frustrate me. Hope that answers your question. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Justice Ranjit. We shall now take a break for lunch. We'll return at 5 minutes past 2 p.m. Enjoy your lunch. the practice management training for today. We'll start with the female lawyers session, which shall be led by Olivia Charampe Matovu. Olivia is a partner at Legomark Advocates, and she brings 18 years of practice. She's also a member of the Ugandan faculty of the Justice Advocacy Africa. She's also a member of the International Arbitration Lawyers and member of the editorial board of the Uganda Law Society. So she's very well placed to advise and inform us of the import and the struggles that the female lawyers have gone through, and should also advise the younger ones and those still in practice how to build successful law firms. So would you please put your hands together to welcome Olivia Charampe Matovu to head this session. Thank you very much. Welcome, Olivia.
Thank you, Jambo. The name is Olivia Charimpa, not Charampa. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Good afternoon, colleagues. As already introduced, Olivia Charimpa Matovu is my name, and I'm honored to be part of you to discuss this important session. Today, our topic as the female lawyers is really around synergies of female and male lawyers in building successful law practices. And our focus is going to be on diversity, gender diversity in practice, and how this is going to promote our businesses, promote our teams, and our success as lawyers. On my panel, I have very distinguished ladies who will be leading the discussion, and I'll invite them to come to the front. I begin with the senior lawyer, Ms. Joan Bushara, Joanita Mugera, please come to the front. Joanita is an advocate of the High Court of Uganda with over 29 years experience in practice, having practiced in 3 firms, Kakuru and Company Advocates, Lumonya Bushara and Company Advocates, before founding her own Justicia Law Advocates in 2022. Her practice focuses mainly on land transactions as well as family law. She has advised corporate entities, banks, and individual clients, and has represented high-profile institutions in the High Court and the Court of Appeal in Uganda. She's a notary public and a commissioner for oaths. She's also on the management committee of the Law Development Center and in charge of shaping the policy that is training the young lawyers coming into this field. And Joanita, I hope you'll speak about the future and the Gen Zs, how we are going to manage practice with the Gen Zs. Welcome, and thank you for making it today. Our next, just a minute. Our next presenter or panelist is Shan Mugenga. Shan, welcome. Shan is a distinguished advocate. And allow me just read you her full profile. Shan is highly experienced legal professional with over 16 years in corporate governance, compliance, information communication and technology, energy, infrastructure, and strategic legal counsel. She has a proven track record in optimizing governance structures, corporate, international, and cross-border financing, equity, and debt structuring. She's dedicated to private sector investment and growth, leveraging innovation and networking to enable the business environment to thrive. So Shan is going to be able to share with us what experiences she has as an owner of a law firm, a female lawyer, but also a practitioner that has served the private sector, and how we can grow our firms with gender diversity at the core to ensure that we thrive as legal practices. Our next panelist is Ms. Hawa Bukenya. Hawa, you're welcome. Hawa is an experienced advocate of the High Court of Uganda, specializing in corporate commercial advisory, international arbitration, energy, and advocacy. She works at the Uganda National Oil Company in the legal department, and in particular handles contracts and negotiation, where she continues to add value to Uganda's oil and gas sector. Before UNOC, Hawa worked with Bowmans, now AF Mpanga Advocates, a top-tier corporate law firm for over 7 years, where she enhanced her legal knowledge and practical experience. Hawa is also the Secretary General of the Women in Energy and Extractives Network, a Ugandan company previously founded by UNOC, but now has membership from various energy sector players. In UNOC, Ms. Hawa is a member of the Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Committee, a committee championing UNOC's DEI strategy and objectives, where she provides legal counsel and guidance on various aspects of the committee's mandate. Hawa has a very lengthy profile as well as our other panelists, but because of time, I will not go deeper into the profiles. So allow me join you, panelists, as we delve into the discussion for today. I'll just ask you to give an intro to our conversation today, synergies of female and male lawyers in building successful law practices. Give us your opening shots. Joanita?
Thank you very much, Olivia. And good afternoon to all of us who are here with us this afternoon, and to my fellow panelists. I'm glad to be here to share and learn from you on this very interesting topic of practice management, because it touches us in different ways. The topic about synergies and how this plays in the space of practice management is so important, because the area of gender diversity goes to the core of any successful practice management. In my simple definition of gender diversity, I look at it as taking into account the interests of both men and women in all processes and all programs or policies, so as to promote equity and empowerment. So yes, this is an interesting topic, and I look so forward to the discussion.
Let's hear from Shan.
Good afternoon. My name is Shan Gloria. I'm a partner at Ivory Advocates. What we had forgotten to mention. I thank you all for this opportunity. And interestingly, this is something that I'm currently researching on as part of, building business development in the law firm. And it's been an uphill task. It's not as easy as it looks. When we look at diversity, I'll take into account what my colleague has defined. Inclusivity of both genders alike in a business environment. Why is it important? Each gender brings something unique to the table. And we've had ladies who have already broken that glass. So we no longer struggle with equality. Now what we are looking forward to is having equal opportunities given to both male and female lawyers, ensuring that the opportunities indeed take into account the different form of the person, because there are things that men cannot do, like get pregnant, and yet you have to work, you have to compete. So this topic is quite essential for all of us to understand that we are all unique. We all bring something useful, something innovative, something that bridges whatever creative solution we're trying to get. And the clients that we're serving have unique problems, and sometimes it takes two minds to become one to be able to solve those problems creatively, in time, and also be able to run the business to get a profit. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Then Hawa.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to the ULS. I'd also like to thank Olivia, who has ably ensured that we have all met our time obligation here, but also that we all understand what is our core mandate here today. As already introduced, my name is Hawa Bukenya. I am really glad to be before you, and for those online to be before you on your screens and or your gadgets. Personally, this topic is quite close, and I want to agree with what everyone has said. For me, coming from a corporate space, I would like to say that there's a lot of work that has been put in, both by the government, in terms of our policies and procedures that have been put in place, but also from the different partners that we are looking to work for as law firms or to work with as clients. So there's a lot of policies and a lot of work that has been put in place. So my role here is to help us all understand as law firms what we need to be looking out for, even as we try to get some of this work, as we try to put our foot in the door to get some of the work from some of the corporates. What should we be doing in-house to ensure that we meet some of these minimum requirements or minimum policies that our clients are going to have, as I'll be explaining later. You probably find a due diligence that is done on your company, but you've never heard of anything like gender, or you don't even have a policy, you don't even have any roadmap or any document regarding that as a law firm. How then do you stand to compete favorably with someone else who has had this in mind, has the agenda in mind, and has put programs in place to ensure that they're able to meet some of those compliance requirements? So I think for me, this is a very important topic, both as to show that there's a lot of work that has been done, but how do we place ourselves as law firms to ensure that we meet some of our client demands in terms of compliance? Thank you.
Thank you, Hawa. And as you speak about that, I think yesterday in some of the sessions, there were discussions about positioning and marketing. And I would like to open the conversation around what the global and national agendas are regarding gender diversity. You know that the UN Sustainable Development Goals under Goal 5, the agenda on equality, both male and female, is one of the development goals. But also under our vision, Uganda Vision 2040, Chapter 5 talks about equality. So as lawyers, we operate in an environment that is prioritizing gender diversity. So it's incumbent upon us as lawyers to ensure that we actually strategically have it as part of the agenda. So I want to ask Joanita, you've been in practice for 29 years and you've worked at leadership levels with male counterparts. And we have seen that the government has found that gender diversity is going to lead to the socio-economic transformation of Uganda. Explain how you think gender mainstreaming will promote transformation and growth for the legal profession and the law practice in Uganda.
Thank you, Olivia. I can't start answering this question without using my experience as an answer to this. 30 years ago, when I was at the university, at Makerere University, of course, which was the only university, we were only 12 female lawyers studying law in the country. And luckily, the next year was the year that affirmative action was introduced. That was 1990 in all public universities. And to me, I look at that affirmative action as a big aspect of gender mainstreaming, because that was the first time that the female lawyers, or even females, were given a push, support to increase in number as lawyers. So therefrom, or going forward, the numbers kept increasing dramatically. And as we speak now, I know that the university has a ratio of 50 to 50 or 49 to 50, female to male. At LDC, where I taught for 15 years, again, the ratio was, by the time we were there, we were only about 10 girls out of 60. But as the years went ahead, again, the numbers have increased. And as I speak now, the ratio is 49 to 50. To 51. The girls are 49 and the boys are 51. And that is the icing on the cake is that even the best performing students at LDC, out of the best 10, 6 were girls and 4 were boys. I'm not trying to say that the girls are more important than the boys, but I'm just trying to give you an example of what affirmative action and gender mainstreaming have done. So in going forward, again, in my legal practice, where I started as a young budding lawyer, I joined a law firm of 3 males, and I was the only female, first as a legal assistant for a year, and then I quickly became a partner. But even then, there were very few practicing female lawyers. And as I say, with the developments and the affirmative action, as we speak now, I'm informed there are about 100 female-owned law firms in Uganda. That is just 10% of the number of law firms, but still that is an exciting number. And I know that it is going to increase. So now, gender mainstreaming, how important is it for the success of a law firm? Of course, it is very important because it has many advantages. First of all, it brings together a wider talent pool. If you're looking as a law firm to employ, you are no longer looking at only one gender. You are looking at both gender and both gender that are well equipped, that are knowledgeable, and that are capable. So instead of having maybe 10 people that you're looking at as a number to recruit from, that number may double or even triple because of the diversity in gender. Of course, gender diversity also brings different perspectives. We look at things differently. We all have attributes, we all have different skills, we all have different potentials. So the wider it is, the more perspectives we get. And that, of course, contributes greatly to the success of a law firm. In line with that is that it also creates better management styles. As I say, we come with different skills. It is said that men are, in a law firm, for example, if there was an issue that was being discussed or in contention, different sexes would look at things differently. That is what research has shown. Females are more empathetic, they are more compassionate, and they are said to have a higher EQ, emotional intelligence. I don't know if that is true. But if you now bring that together with the other aspect, then probably you will be able to resolve an issue, or if it's a management issue or it's a challenge, it will be better addressed because you're bringing together different attributes to deal with a particular issue. And we also know that currently the world or global trends are looking at gender diversity as a very important aspect. Businesses, before a client, so in the developed countries, and maybe it's also coming here, before you can get a client to retain you, those are some of the aspects they will look at the number of women and men that are being employed, what are their positions in the firm, for example, and those are now aspects that are being critically looked at. So the sooner we can embrace and adapt to these new trends, the better for us. There is research. Sorry.
I'm about,
Okay.
just that.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll stop here for now.
Okay, thank you, Juanita. And I think from your conversation, it's that having a focus on the gender diversity is also an indicator in terms of bringing on board clients. Clients are now looking to seeing some of the indicators on if they are going to retain a firm, what are those values or what are those things that they have in place, and gender diversity is one of them. And in fact, now I'll move to Shan. Shan, the reports have shown that out of the Fortune 500 companies with the highest number of directors as women, most of them have reported a 42% increment in revenues as a result of having onboarded women on the board to participate with the men, and that the different skill sets brought up on board by the different genders in terms of their natural attributes, but also their expertise they bring on board, then brings in a more viable entity and profitability. So my question to you is, what strategies can law firms and in-house departments adapt to position themselves in the gender mainstreaming and ensure that they use it to attract business?
Okay. First of all, thank you. That's a good question. First of all, when we look at how companies run their business, they are segmented into functions or departments where the skill is given per department so that the driven result feeds into the overall vision of the company. What I found that companies were doing that we were not necessarily adopting as law firms is that they have defined structures. So you have a board of directors, you have the senior management team, you have the middle management team. However, it's incumbent on the board of directors to drive the vision and to bring down the strategy so that up to the person at the bottom of the tier understands what the company is supposed to be doing and how their role fits into that overall picture. I think that law firms need to adopt the same governance so that you have defined structures in the law firm. I'll give an example. We started off as 3 ladies. What we wanted and what we were passionate about was practicing in the areas that we wanted to go into. We never thought about, okay, I was working with companies, so I had a bit of an edge on that part because I knew structures, I knew how they worked. However, I had not done it on my own, in my own business. So the other partners wanted to practice dispute resolution, ADR, immigration. No one was thinking about who's going to now run the actual operations within the firm. So we had to sit down and we walk through the organogram. This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. When you start off, you're more or less maybe 3 people. Maybe have 2 associates and maybe a person who sits at the front desk. However, as work comes in, you realize you need someone in finance to do the billing, the collections. So then you hire. Then next time you need a person who does HR to manage the recruitment and the training and development, then you hire. I think that we have been given an opportunity in this 2024. We have tools online, we have a lot of information out there. We need to sit down before we form law firms to understand that it's a business and get some training on how to do the business. How do I set up my HR department? What tools will this person require? Then you realize, okay, this is the criteria within which I will hire, and look within your network. You'll find probably a friend or 2 is an HR practitioner. They can give you a subsidized price on the hiring and they do the recruitment for you on your behalf. So adopting best practice that companies like the Fortune 500, what are they doing? You go online, look at the research, take time to think through things and then come back and say, okay, how will I tailor this particular idea into the workspace? So what we did is, in the beginning, we defined the roles. We put an HR partner, partner in charge of managing the firm, managing partner, and then we had a finance partner. And then we rotate every 2 years. We rotate the functions as we grow. So we had meetings on the weekends to just go through now those non-legal functions to see how we are actually doing. And we realized we needed skilling. So some went to finance training, another went to HR, another went to how to manage a law firm. And we've seen, as we've rotated, it's been now, this is the 3rd rotation, we've realized in the 7th year where we are actually thriving as individuals, who can do this much better than the other. And I believe that with also the growth has come people who are experts in things like operations. So we now have a business manager who actually does the running of the business. We have a finance person who does all the financial planning. We have an HR who does the actual HR running, so that the rest of us can concentrate on the actual practice areas and we also thrive.
Okay, thank you, Shan. And I trust that now you have also diversified. You said there's 3 ladies. Are you
So we
only
started
ladies in your
as 3
firm?
ladies partners. We have 2 gentlemen who are associates, and then we have a lady who's an associate. We have a legal assistant and a candidate attorney looking to go to LDC. What we've also done is we've continually trained second year and third year students. We also have children coming from high school in about 15 and 16 years old who are looking to become lawyers in the future. We train them over a period of a month or 2 weeks, depending on what the school or the parent has asked. We have strategic partnerships where we are dating. We're still seeing if we have the same values and culture. And eventually, who knows, we may have the male partner coming on board. But for now, we are courting.
Thank you, Shan. I think she has demonstrated the issue of diversity beyond the gender in terms of the skill set, in terms of the kind of expertise and skills you need on board as a law firm, as a business. In terms of the age, she's talked about training young people from the university. So you're looking at the next generation lawyers. As law firms, are we positioning to actually train the next generation lawyers to build successful businesses going forward? I talked about the Gen Zs that are going to become our people and will be serving the Gen Zs. How are we going to manage practice when we're dealing with that generation? So it's important that we start the journey now. Now I'll come to you, Howard, as in-house counsel of UNOC. And as we discuss the topic of diversity and gender diversity, I would like you to share with us your experience in terms of how the diversity and inclusivity leads to better successful teams and departments. From your position as UNOC, how has that worked as an institution and as a department?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Olivia. I was very mesmerized with Shen's submission. Worked with Shen a while ago. The 3 ladies are very formidable. So well done. I'd like to talk about this particular topic, but I think there are a couple of elements that go along with diversity. Diversity comes with 2 other things that are normally not mentioned. Inclusivity, it also comes with equity. Now, for me, I would want to focus on inclusivity. I think one of the things that we are doing, yes, is fairly well, is that we've seen a fairly increased number of ladies actually coming into the sector. And the gentlemen, of course, have retained their positions. So we are not yet at 50-50, but we have seen a fairly good number of introducing more female lawyers into the sector. And I think it was Joanita who mentioned it earlier, where she said that you started out when you were about 10, and the numbers have since increased to about 100 and plus beyond. But this morning I was actually reading an IBA report, and it's the IBA Legal Policy and Research Unit. It's a report that was produced in 2022 that said that the numbers are actually good. The numbers have increased and right now we have about 41% women employed, 41% women lawyers employed across all sectors in Uganda. 41%, and we have about 23% in senior roles. And as far as Uganda's public sector is concerned, we have the highest number of women lawyers. That is 57% female lawyers in the public sector, and then 62% of those are in the senior roles. And then as far as corporations are concerned, for example, where I am, and before I go to your question, about 52% of the lawyers in corporations are women. That's 52%. And the number increases for the senior roles. So that really shows that the numbers are getting there. They're not yet there. I mean, would love for them to be much better. But what makes the numbers stays, that is the environment. That is the inclusivity that I'm coming to. Whereas we want to put the ladies there, or we want to have the gender mainstreaming, we want to have equal opportunities and equality. What is going to help us, or what I've seen actually succeed in, what I've seen work in terms of supporting this agenda is the issue of inclusivity and creating an inclusive environment for each and everyone who comes to the table. So if you if you just want to look at quickly what inclusivity would mean, it would mean that supportive environment. A supporting environment, a listening environment, an environment whereby everyone's ideas are brought to the table, an environment whereby people are aware about the gender inclusivity issues or the gender issues that are emanating, an environment that actually creates support and goes to put programs that is going to that are going to enable and help the women to stay, or even the men to stay in those positions. Because and to your question, how is that happening? What I've seen is, as far as our sector is concerned, I think there've been a lot of, there's been affirmative action, which has already been spoken about, but particularly for the energy and extractive sector, what I've seen is the support comes right from the top. So probably to the law firms, and as Shen was saying, that particular support has to come right from the leadership of the law firm. As far as the company is concerned, even at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, we have a gender strategy. And that strategy enunciates what each and every company, each and every department that is under the sector should be able to do. And UNOC, of course, being under the particular sector, has taken steps to ensure that we have diversity in place, but we also have an inclusive environment that ensures that even when we have both genders coming together, the environment supports and enables us to stay there comfortably and favorably as a team. Now, coming to the fact of the team, what are the advantages of this? And I would probably speak to two advantages of having this gender diversity. I think for me, one of the things that it brings is attraction and retention of of good staff or good talent, retention of good talent. So once you've had your policies and you're having affirmative action, and the ladies have actually come in, and even the gentlemen, but they find an environment that is not supportive, you're going to lose this talent. You're going to do the training that we're talking about, you're going to do the upskilling, but if you don't have an inclusive environment, this talent is going to go as easy as it came. So I think it is important that once you have the gender agenda at the forefront in your law firms, you must also create a supportive environment. Support the ladies, have the programs whereby you sit with them and understand what are the issues, how do we support, and it has to be practical support. I've seen so many companies, URA, NSSF, all of them are now having nursing rooms. Those are practical and supportive environments. So create those environments that are going to attract, but also retain the good talent, and in that way you will be promoting the success of your of the law firms. The other thing that I've seen very clearly is there's enhanced reputation, and I think it's something that was spoken about previously. As I've said, we, as far as we're concerned, we do carry out due diligences as far as our partners are concerned. So we're mandated to ensure that we have minimum aligned policies and procedures with some of our service providers. And being a person who employs law firms, I would, it is critical to at least know that this particular item, that the firms are aware of it. You may not have it 100%, but at least something is being done. There are some programs, there are some partnerships that Shan was talking about to support their agenda. And in that way, we will, as you know, will understand that this particular law firm that we are going to work is reputable and actually is moving towards the future trends of the country, but also globally. Earlier on, we were talking about the NDPs, we were talking about the policies that are in place to support gender. So I think as a law firm, as a practice, it's not enough to not be aware of this, to work like as if you're an island. There are a couple of things that you have to put in place. And as a reputable company, you come off stronger, and of course it increases your chance of getting more work from some of these corporations.
Thank you, Howard. And I think I was reading earlier, and there was a report that, especially in the United States, firms are actually using gender diversity as a marketing strategy and a competitive edge, because They know that the clients are aligned. And as Hawa has said, there's a gender policy even within these institutions. So the public institutions are looking at ensuring that there's that gender agenda being driven, and they're looking at those that they are bringing on board. Is it part of you? Is it in your policies? Are you actually promoting it and championing it? So it's critical that as law firms, we align ourselves to these business priorities of our clients. And speaking to that, I'll speak to Joanita to tell us how you can, the direct relationship between gender diversity and leadership structures, and how that contributes to increased income or revenue. So what are those attributes that the women would bring on board that would contribute to the growth in revenue and growth of an institution as a practice?
Thank you very much, Olivia, and the previous speakers. Yes, we've seen or heard the advantages and attributes of gender diversity. From our discussion, it sort of looks as if we are only looking at the female, but as we said earlier, gender diversity includes both male and female. So when we are looking at enhancing it, we must look at the interests of both. Unfortunately, the reality is that the females have sort of dragged behind, and that is why the affirmative action is in place. But at the end of the day, the intention is to make sure that there is equity and empowerment of both sides. So the skills that sorry, what was your question again?
The attributes that are brought on board that bring that.
Okay, now
success.
the attributes that will be brought on board, for example, collaborative leadership, because females especially have skills that would be very, very useful, like empathy, as I mentioned earlier, sympathy, compassion. They are less risk averse. They are more careful about risk as opposed to the other gender. And that would also, they also have skills of, for example, hard work. It is known in integrity, hard work, and ethics. Those are also attributes that have been proved to be from the female or women lawyers, and so many other attributes that would be very, very useful in leadership. And of course, with good leadership and good productivity or increased productivity, the revenue of any law firm or the law firm would be expected to increase. As we have seen earlier, gender diversity is now a branding or marketing tool for many law firms and businesses. But then again, we should be careful that this is not just a facade whereby the women or the female lawyers are just put there in numbers, and yet in actual fact, they are very, very low down the rank, or they are not in leadership positions at all. So these are issues that we should be looking at critically if we want to grow as law firms. And of course, with this growth will come our increased revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think I would like, and Shan, when you come in, to speak about the issue of competence. As we speak about diversity, what do you want to speak about expertise and competence in terms of building successful firms? Is it enough that you're diverse? Is it enough that you have women in the leadership? What is it that you must do to ensure that then you build a strong and reputable firm with the diversity required?
All right, thank you. First of all, I think that we need to appreciate that we are all created differently. The male is male and the female is female. And it's okay to be female. There's nothing wrong with being a male or being a female. I don't see why any of us needs to change in order to be like the other person. I think we are all unique and we should enjoy our uniqueness. That said, competence is one of the attributes that we all look for when we are hiring or when we are looking for a law firm to represent us. We want to make sure that we've picked the right fit for the business that we are trying to run or the objective that is before us. That said, I think that when we create an inclusive environment like how was described, where the environment enables whoever is willing to take on that opportunity, that career opportunity or project opportunity, we give it to the people and we ask who's interested and let people volunteer, let people be given the opportunity to try. So I'll give an example. When I had just returned to Uganda and I was working in one of the big law firms, they would present these opportunities in firm meetings. And it was up to you to go and walk up and put yourself out there. So I think that having a competence is a plus. However, going the extra mile, whether which gender you are, is put yourself out there. Try as much as skill yourself in order to be considered as part of the team for that particular assignment or project. So I think that creating an environment where everybody's included to be able to pitch, to be able to present, or ask at the very least, can I be included to learn? I think we need to also have that training environment that not everybody will have the same skills at the same time. And there will be a point where maybe even, I've noticed that ladies between the ages of 25 to 35, that's like our childbearing moment. So sometimes you'll drop off and an opportunity will come and your male colleague will take it only because he was there. Not because you're not competent, but it is a fact of life is that we will have to be 9 months pregnant. At a certain point, you're on maternity. So I think that slowdown is not a bad thing. Because in reality is that you are picking up and you are building that value somewhere else that is required for the future. So I look at it as a future investment to my country. When I nurture my children or I nurture those I've been given responsibility over, and me slowing down for a season, it's a seasonal slowdown, is important to me. And I think law firms, that law firm we worked at, the male partners were very supportive to the extent that they would give you sometimes some flexi hours. If you didn't take someone for immunization, you would have to tell your HR or something, and they would support. And I think that service is also required as a team. If you know your male colleague needs to go for paternity, you step in. I think it's teamwork and giving everybody equal opportunity to pitch, to present, to be part of, not to deny anyone the opportunity just because of their gender. That's how I look at it.
And before you just hand over the microphone, and I would like you to speak to how that then contributes to innovation, employee engagement, client engagement,
okay,
and general performance.
So we live in a world that's now becoming so technology is taking a part of what used to be normal. We now have a new life. I look at it as a new life because every day you wake up, there's something new that's out there. So innovation in itself is supposed to supplement what our human capabilities can do. So I have seen what used to be manually done. Now we have soft copies, we have e-signatures, we have tools that help us manage our time, our tasks, our reporting, our communication. So when you have a diverse team, you have people using, for example, iPhone, the other one is on Samsung, the other one is on Huawei. This person will come and say, you know what, let's use this is much better, let's use this other. So when we have a diverse team, we're able to come up with information readily that the team would probably use only because of the difference in people. So I think that innovation has come to supplement. We should not hide away from it. Like, for example, everybody should be having like a cloud services right now, making sure their documents are being kept online and a second copy kept at a secondary place so that, just in case of anything, you have a backup. Recently with the Microsoft hack, I lost most of my information. Why? Because the IT did not keep my BitLocker password. So I was left with no option but to delete everything, that opened the laptop. My saving grace was that I had a soft copy kept somewhere else and went back to the office, got that hard drive, and it was moved. Everything moved back to my cloud. This time around, the IT made sure everything was put, including the passwords. You have your Google Drive, you have your cloud services, everything was backed up. So what am I saying is we're learning from our mistakes. And in terms of the employees, like I said earlier on, let's create equal opportunity. Let's have environments that enable. We have male associates who are young men who are growing, who of course now you start to see things are changing. Maybe now he wants to settle down. How do you support when it's time for his wedding? Things that are not legal. Because when it comes to legal, everyone somewhat knows what to do. It's the soft skills that we take for granted. How much training have you given? How much time do you spend in your appraisals to find out where they are? How else you can support them? So I found that when whatever we are looking for, we as the leaders need to first give it. So that when we have that example out there, they reciprocate by receiving, but then also giving it back. So we have teams where you have the partner, the associate, and then the legal assistant, and everyone has a chain of responsibility to the other person. The team is not left hanging. People fall sick, for example. People want to go and do a course. How do you support? Someone else wants to do something that's entirely different. For example, project management. It's not really legal, but there's a legal component to it. How do you send your staff to those companies? Allow them to engage with the people? Do they sit there on secondment for some time? How are you advising your clients? Do you take time to go and get to know what they're doing, how you can support them, and give these young people an opportunity to go out and represent you as you walk?
Thank you, Shan. I think what I can say I picked first is technology, the use of technology,
Yes.
especially in dealing with some of the challenges that we thought existed. You said you're slowed down as a mother, but now tech is available to
Yes.
support. There are tools that you can use.
Yes,
even as
like,
you're in your
audio
leave.
read,
Uh-huh.
yeah, in the car you can, But also, I found that Gen Zs are very reliable in helping you pick the right tools. So sometimes when we have those young girls and boys coming into the office, it is amazing what they will help you do. In like 10 minutes, they will sort your problem out and give you a solution you never even really thought about. So I find that, yes, technology is good, but you also need the right users to show you how else you can apply what you have. You have gadgets, but we are not so sure what else they can do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So technology, inclusivity in terms of the younger people who now
And creating an enabling environment, yes.
Uh-huh. And then in terms of a good environment for talent retention, I think yesterday's conversation talked about talent retention. How do you retain talent to ensure that they continually serve your clients well and thereby lead to growth of the business? So thank you very much for that. Now I'll ask Hawa, how is the gender diversity being championed in the energy and oil and gas sector, and what are the opportunities for lawyers in that space?
Okay. Thank you, Olivia. Gender diversity in the oil and gas space. I think one of the things that I've already spoken about previously is the fact that the industry is heavily regulated, but also it has a very supportive environment. The championing comes right from the start. And I'll just draw examples, and you'll agree with me as I draw the examples. When you look at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Honorable Dr. Ruth Nankabira, a woman. When you look at the Permanent Secretary, that is Engineer Irene Pauline Batebe, a woman. When you look at CEOs at prominent levels in the energy and extractive sector, the likes of Electricity Regulatory Authority, the likes of UNOC, that is Ms. Proscovia Nabanja, the likes of the board members even across all the boards, most of the boards that at least have interacted with Petroleum Authority of Uganda, our own board. Each of them has a lady sitting there. So the championing is coming right from the top. And I think we must really appreciate these efforts coming right from the government, having all these affirmative actions and all these policies and procedures being put in place, as well as the strategy that I spoke about. That strategy was launched in 2022. I think it was towards the end of the year in September, and it mandates literally everyone in the energy and extractive sector to put gender diversity at the forefront and ensure that we have the programs there. Now, particularly coming to UNOC, I think it is quite important that we do pay attention, even though we may or may not be able to appreciate each and everything that is being done, or even implement is the word that I'm looking for. We may not be able to implement everything that is done. But for me, my role here is to help everyone listening to appreciate the efforts that some of the companies are putting in place, but also at the end of the day, even when you come to bid for the services, these are some of the efforts that we're going to expect some of our providers to have in place. So it's important to just listen and learn and understand that at the end of the day, whereas you're heavily regulated, but there's need for a supportive environment for the reasons that we've mentioned across this discussion. At UNOC, diversity actually is diversity, equity, and inclusion. That is the term that we use because each of them speaks to a certain agenda. Diversity is really looking at different cultures and how you accept each and everyone who walks into that space. For example, the other day I was having a meeting at Total, and I learned that Total alone has about 46 nationalities that work together. So leave alone just male and female, but imagine you have 46 nationalities together and you all must be able to work together to understand one another, but also to push the agenda of the company. So that is the space that you'll come into as a practicing lawyer, or even as a law firm, and you want to work for this client who has all this ethnicity. How do you approach that? Or probably, what does the company expect you to have? But as far as UNOC is concerned, the diversity is looked at right from entry, even at recruitment. There are support programs to ensure that there's fairness. Now, of course, there's awareness about being fair, but not necessarily to skew it to say that in this particular position, we want a female. But adverts will be put out, and then they will be saying that all genders are encouraged to apply. Now, that may look like just a very small, just something small, or maybe something that everyone knows that by now, surely, we have pushed this agenda so much, but I kid you not, you will find that people will still call and say that this has been put in place, should I apply? We need to increase more awareness, and that's how you do it. Small, simple steps, but at the end of the day, you are promoting the agenda. But aside from that, UNOC has actually gone ahead to have a gender policy, right from our human resource policy, which really advocates for equality all through. And for me, that would even be sufficient, even if you just have your HR policy, but it is advocating for some of these programs. I think it would be a very good push for law firms to push this gender discussion, but also to have all genders equal at the seat of the table and give them that supportive environment. So in UNOC, we actually have the gender strategy. We call it the diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy, where we focus the company's corporate strategy and tie it into the pillars that enable the company to grow. And in 2021, we have that particular strategy that was signed. Following that, we have three pillars that make up that particular strategy. One of them being the workplace. We ensure that the policies, procedures, and structures in place all support gender diversity. That is the first W. There are 3 Ws under the DEI strategy, which is the gender strategy. One is ensuring that the workplace for each and every one, and therefore you'll have policies like sexual harassment, speak up policies, and policies that really enable everyone to have a say and ensure that we don't have suppression, we don't have any kind of retaliation or retribution to anyone who speaks up. There's workforce, and that is diversity in the work streams that we do. Someone spoke about the different departments, but also the marketplace. How do we look in terms of attracting the best service providers for us? And that is exactly what we would want from the other service providers. There's also a committee that is specific for gender diversity, which I sit on. That is a diversity, equity and inclusion committee. And at the end of the day, we run programs to educate all staff. We don't discriminate. We run programs. We run he-to-he programs, and those are the male programs, where we'll get renowned professionals coming to speak to their male counterparts in the company. So there is no segregation at all. We'll have programs like she-to-she mentorship series and sponsorships that are focused to ensure that the ladies or the young females in the areas of our operations, that is the Albertine Graben, are supported and brought along the ladder. So we are not only focusing inward, we are also focusing outward. And it's probably something that the law firms can pick up. I think Shen talked about mentorship and ensuring that you upskill the people that you bring. I think at the end of the day, it is good to train the younger generation because they are the ones who are going to push for these agendas. Maybe lastly, I'll just really speak to really one of our biggest initiatives as UNOC, which is a network that is now focused on focused on supporting women in the energy and extractive sector, which we call the Women in Energy and Extractive Sector. But what that network does in terms of lawyers and how they can benefit from UNOC and probably from the sector is that it brings together both male and female, supporting the female gender in the sector, but also we encourage participation from our service providers because we know the energy industry doesn't stand alone. For example, if those barrels start coming out of the ground, the number that we have now is 2025. If we have about 6.5 billion barrels that are in STOIP and we have about 1.5 that is recoverable, and it's going to be recovered for the next 25 years, it means there's a lot of services that are going to come to Uganda at large, but to lawyers. So how do you align as a practice is to ensure that you have some of these programs in place, or you have at least, you're aware of them, and there's a plan towards ensuring that diversity and equity and inclusion is one of your agenda items as a law firm, because at the end of the day, even when you come to maybe bid for some of these services, those are some of the things that we are going to be asking about, including among others, national content, which goes without saying that we'll be asking more about the gender agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Hawa. And I think Hawa speaking from a client's perspective is very helpful because she's speaking to what the clients look out for when they are hiring us as their advisors. The clients are now more looking at more of what we look like, what do we have in place, what are our policies like. And with the ESG agenda now where they're looking at the social component, how is your workforce, how are you taking care of your staff? And the gender diversity question is also part of those questions. So it's very important that as law firms, we have specific policies, particularly on gender diversity, that promote a healthy workplace, a healthy leadership, and that will promote indeed growth of business, because clients will want to work with us more when they realize that we are aligned to their priorities. So as we come to the close of our conversation, I'll ask each of the panelists to give us their parting shots in terms of where you see the future of legal practice going, with synergies between male and female lawyers, and the topic of gender diversity. I'll begin with you, Shan. What are your parting shots in terms of the future of legal practice?
Okay. As Ivory, I'll speak on behalf of our firm, we've looked at it as a generation legacy. What do we want Ivory to look like in 50 years, in 100 years? So we came up with a review of our values. How are we going to drive our values to drive the vision that we've always wanted? And we realized people is at the forefront, innovation is at the forefront. How do we merge the two? So we are looking at using technology to complement the way we deliver our services in terms of communication with our clients, making sure that we have the client's needs understood and customized per client, not just general, and having people to also speak boldly about what they're really passionate about in legal practice, so that we then have the retention of the good, skilled employees, but also attract the designed client that we want. We are now looking at which specific areas of the law we are going to take on. How is this AI that's coming up helping us? We've been privileged to have a diverse number of clients who are in technology, farming, IP related businesses. So we are using this information, we are using this data to understand where is the future. How do we cultivate ourselves to be attractive? Who are we going with into the future? And we are trying to sell this vision to the people we work with. We keep reminding our clients that we will be there for them. But more importantly is that we are using what we have and learning from others, learning from other law firms and having strategic partnerships with other law firms. I like what Howard said, is that yes, she does tell the truth when she says that there's a firm, a group of women in energies and energy extractives trying to create these opportunities. Now, how do we partner with these ladies? We don't have to all be in the same law firm, but we can work together. We can leverage our networks to form consortiums, to bid for work, to actually go ahead. And we cannot live without the other gender. That's the truth. They have skills, they are capable, and there are things that they do well that we can partner with and have one team go out and serve this community, serve our country, serve our fellow lawyers, indeed, and also the private sector, the public sector. I think that if we leverage the technology, the partnerships, and be very clear about the vision that each firm has and where it wants to go, what is the vision, and have that sold within, it's easy to take the car to the future. Thank you.
Shan. And I'll just ask one minute since we are running out of time. Juanita?
Okay, I'll be brief. Thank you. To add on to what Shen has said, yes, we do need each other. And for me, I'm more passionate about the number of female lawyers that are dropping off along the way. We have seen that at LDC, we have 49% out of 51. And then as we go for enrollment, the girls dropped 37%. And then as we go into practice, at least law firm practice, the girls are almost negligible. And even where they are, you find that they are not interested in being visible. I don't know what the challenge is. They prefer to stay in chambers. They prefer to stay behind their desks. They no longer want to go to court. So that is where my concern is as a lecturer and as somebody who has taught these young girls and seen the potential they have. So as we look at gender diversity and appreciate the importance that we have, or the importance that there is for both of us, we need to look at the other side, where our counterparts, and how can we encourage them to join. And of course, lastly, the question I want to leave with us is, or for the lawyers in the law firms, is whether knowledge of the law is enough. Is it enough to know the law? And I think the answer is no. Because with all this technology that's coming, and the AI and the smart contracts and so many other things, we may find that the knowledge of the law is not going to be important anymore. There will all be this technology that can deliver the law. So we need to encourage the lawyers to improve their skills. Networking, authentic networking, emotional intelligence, and building client relationships that last. With that, I think we shall have, we'll be prepared for the future that lies before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juanita. Hawa?
In just 1 minute, which I want to use to give an example. As previously stated, I previously worked in a law firm, and I think I would be doing the law firm injustice if I did not mention this particular example. I've been speaking about supportive environments, and I think it is possible. It is something that law firms should be looking towards. In my previous life, one of the initiatives that was put in place to have a supportive environment, particularly for parenting parents, because most of us were, I think they also still are in that age, was counseling and guidance. And what am I saying is, would have counselors prior to the time of the end of the 9 months. You'd get a counselor who is attached to you, who will support you through the journey right before you break off work. They'll be able to tell you, how do you hand over, how do you manage upwards, how do you manage downwards, how do you manage your workload, even as you transition through getting into maternity leave, but also for paternity leave. And then at the end of the 3 months time for leave, for maternity leave, or 1 month for paternity leave, because we had 3 months for maternity leave and 1 month for paternity leave. So at the end of that period, you'll then get a counselor who will support you in terms of transitioning back into work. And that, for me, I recall I got that particular service on my second child. Unfortunately, the program had not yet started on my first. But I remember getting practical insights of how to get back into the workspace. And I want to say that it was a very useful program. I want to encourage the law firms to also come up with these innovative programs. There's a lot of innovation that's going around. It's one of the national agendas that are going around. But come up with those innovative ideas, practical ideas that you can put in place as a law firm to encourage both genders, to encourage them and support them through their journeys. It is those little things that are going to help us all retain good staff, good clients, good talent, and of course upskill them along the way. But I think for me it is important to know that these things are practical and they are possible. And at the end of the day, you may not be able to give a tangible benefit to it, but I think productivity increases and even retention of the staff increases. So I think these practices are possible, and let's all be encouraged to take them up. But lastly, I want to speak to Joanita's issue of having the foot on the having your foot in the table. So once we've done all this advocacy and the numbers are telling us that the female lawyers, at least as far as legal is concerned, it's not doing so badly as far as the country is concerned. Public sector, they are telling us the numbers are good, even corporations. But for the females, once your foot is in the table, I don't think it is sufficient for you to not use that opportunity. If you have got a seat at the table, if you have got a female law firm, if you're in a law firm, you're in a senior position, use that opportunity to your advantage and use it to also benefit the rest of the people that are coming under you. I think it's important to, number one, ensure that once we get there, we are firm, we are confident, we are aware that we are there because we belong and not necessarily because of all this. Yes, the affirmative action is helping, but once you're there, you show that you belong and show that you're capable and able to handle something. But also don't forget to support everyone else that is coming along, because yes, the numbers are good, but we want to attain the 50-50 parity by 2030 as the agendas say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our panelists. Thank you for the insights in terms of where the global and national agenda is. What I picked especially is keeping the statistics. I've seen that some of the international institutions and businesses actually highlight the statistics in terms of the ratios, the male and female ratios that they have in the employment, those in leadership, and just to show the fact that the issue of inclusivity and diversity is ranking high on the agenda. So I think as law firms, this is something we need to take up, because the businesses we serve are taking it up. So we must align to what they are doing to be able to be attractive to them. And like Hawa has also said, there's that gender policy now that is in the sector, so meaning for us to serve them, there will be some of the requirements that they expect from us. I've seen clients require us to adopt policies that they have themselves. So it means these are some of the policies we'll have to put in place to be able to be more attractive and garner business, and at the end of the day become successful and profitable. So thank you very much to our panelists. I request a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you for your insights. And I want to thank Uganda Law Society for giving us the opportunity to share these insights, and I hope that we'll keep this conversation going and ensure that diversity brings growth to our practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies. Let's give them one other hand clap. Olivia, thank you so much for anchoring this. And we do promise that what you have told us in regard to gender, as lawyers in practice and those in the civil service, we shall adhere to them. But just to confirm that we have listened to what you've taught us from Shane Mugenga, indeed we shall do the following, and we quote what you want us to do, that we need to appreciate that we are created differently, and it is okay. So we need to create an environment where everyone is included. From Senior Counsel Juanita Bushara, that indeed gender diversity includes both male and female, and that we should be emotionally intelligent. And from Hawa Bukenya, that we should have a gender agenda, and small steps promote that agenda. So thank you very much. If you've listened to the pop song, The Living Years, by Mike and the Mechanics, the first line of that song is that every generation blames the one before. Unfortunately for us, as a law society, we are not blaming a previous generation, but would like to acknowledge the efforts they've put for us to come to this point. The Huddersfield Law Society has been with us for 20 years, and that started with the tenure, if I'm right, of Senior Counsel Andrew Kasirie, who served from 2002 up to 2004. Sadly, he's not feeling okay, but his successor, Senior Counsel Mr. Moses Jurua Adriko, is with us. And in a few minutes, he will be coming, one, to give us the history, how this came to be, and then what benefits we've reaped over the years. And then thereafter, I will request Senior Counsel to extend a vote of thanks to the Huddersfield Society, specifically to Honorable Mr. Justice Ranjit and Mr. Nigel Priestley for the time they've given up to train us, for the season they've given up to train us and to give of their lives legally, so that we can learn from them. Mr. Moses Jurua Adriko is a partner with Max Advocates, and he brings a lot of experience, having served with the society and many other boards and civil, both commercial and civil organizations on. So he's going to give us that history and any other remarks that you would like to give to us. Mr. Adriko, you're welcome. Please welcome Mr. Adriko.
Good afternoon, colleagues. And for those of you online, good afternoon to you all. I was online as well, and I only just switched off to come and give a few remarks about a very, very remarkable partnership between the Uganda Law Society and the Huddersfield Law Society. I spoke to Andrew Kasirie this morning, Senior Counsel Andrew Kasirie, and the object of my conversation really was to reminisce about a relationship that has spanned 20 years, half the time of the lives of our Gen Z members. I'm sure there are a lot of Gen Z members on the line, but our relationship with Huddersfield is about 3/4 of your age. And this isn't a coincidence, isn't an accident, but is really a story about commitment, a story about charity, a lesson in professionalism, a lesson in partnership, and an enduring partnership. Mr. Andrew Kasirian met Nigel, Mr. Nigel Priestley, the young Mr. Nigel Priestley, who has been quite loquacious these last 2 days, in the UK in 2004. I believe it was a Christian conference. Was that, am I correct, Nigel?
Exactly, 2002.
Yes, there you are.
It's 22 years. Don't worry, it's been a long and glorious reign.
And long shall it endure. So there you have it. 2002, completely chance encounter, but an encounter with a purpose, an encounter that that resulted in enduring benefit to the Uganda Law Society. Before I came to give these few remarks, I asked our acting executive director to tell me how many people are online. Now, he told me there are about 100 people online who have had the benefit of this training for this past 2 days. Now, if you extrapolate that figure, let's say, because of course our bar has grown, I believe we are now about 5,000, 4,000, that's correct. In about 2002, I think the size of the bar was about probably 300 to 400. So we've grown 10 times. But just extrapolating those figures, you will find that easily 30% of our bar has had the benefit of this partnership. I think this is quite amazing. We live in a data-driven world, and I think if you extrapolate and bear in mind that 20 to 30% of us, including myself, I'm a beneficiary of not one, but multiple attendances at these trainings, you'll find then it has had quite an impact on our bar. Certainly since our interaction has started, obviously there have been changes in the world, but certainly you can see the standards of our professionalism increasing. You can see the sophistication of our bar has also increased. You can also see that the level of ethics has also gone up, and also just our awareness and our confidence, in the sense that we've been on an annual basis benchmarking our practices against some of the best practices in the UK. So we have been blessed. Those of us who share the faith will say we have been blessed by this enduring relationship. Over the years, we've had experts from various practice areas. We've had commercial lawyers. We've had personal injury lawyers like the judge, for example. We've had lawyers in real estate. We've had lawyers in very, very big practices. We've had lawyers from medium practices. We have had lawyers perhaps not as big. And each of them has come and given us the benefit of their experience. They have shared graciously. They have shared freely with us. And colleagues, let's not take this for granted. You know, in today's world, you know, to have relationships that are sincere, it's uncommon to have relationships that are sincere and that are well-meaning. A lot of the relationships in today's world are transactional. What do I get from that relationship? What do I get for myself? I can assure you, our colleagues from Huddersfield have never had that objective in mind. Theirs has been a totally giving form of a relationship with us. So What, in a nutshell, have we obtained over these last 20 years? I've spoken to the issue of professionalism. I've spoken about the issue of relevant and practical experience. I've spoken about the insight and know-how we've received from our colleagues in Huddersfield in managing practices across large, small, and medium practices. And most of all, to quote Judge Ranjit, we have learned not to be busy fools, because it's quite easy to be busy fools. And we have learned not to be that. So it's my sincere hope that we will be able to continue this relationship. Over the years, in the initial years, Huddersfield would come, they would meet all the expenses. Their bar, they would raise money and meet all the expenses. Fortunately, we've stopped crawling. Our bar is much stronger. We are running a very big budget. I think when Mr. Kinobe was there, your budget was how much? 8 billion, Senior Counsel Kinobe? Thereabouts. So our society has some resources. And I think that Ruth would say the same. I would like to end my remarks here. I'm going to ask Senior Counsel Ruth also to come and make some remarks, and also Senior Counsel Kinobe to come and make some remarks and give the vote of thanks. But to Huddersfield, a big, big, big up. Thank you.
Glad to be here. Nice to see the old faces from Huddersfield. Yes. Again, as you realize, my local orientation does not allow me to mention the name very well. If you were talking about Kiriabutuzi, I would do it with a lot of ease. But they are from the Kiriabutuzi of United Kingdom, right? Called Huddersfield. Yes. Nice to see you, Nigel, Rajit. I'm told you're now a judge, so I don't know whether we should walk with our heads bowed constantly. But, you know, but these gentlemen and their law society have been part and parcel of Uganda Law Society for the past several years. I think 20. Some of us have not even been members of Uganda Law Society that long. And these are the things we talk about in Uganda Law Society. Bring expertise, bring brains, borrow and build bridges from other societies so that our members and our society is better than we found it. And they've been very passionate about discussing, learning, and most importantly, sharing experiences with members of Uganda Law Society. I hope the young lawyers that are mostly online are following the discussions that have been going on. Some of us didn't have the opportunity to get this grooming. So you would go and sit for Ruth. Ruth tells you, Kanuka kole bwoti. And then you learn. You go to Moses. Moses says, if you come at a time, mostly after lunch, I will teach you a few things here and there. But now we have people that are spirited and desirous of passing on this knowledge, and from an international perspective. So I hope we have learned and this has been helpful. And I want to thank the team from Huddersfield for continually giving back to Uganda. Please clap for that. And apart from a few things we take care of, 99% of the cost of getting them here and having them sit for days. These are top-notch lawyers. These are not underdogs. These are top-notch lawyers. 99% is bought by them. So let's give them a hand clap of appreciation. Now, I can say so much, but I don't want to waste your evening. talking about more things, but allow me say thank you. I know Nigel wants to ask about my dress code. Yes, I had gone to the golf course, and yes, I am losing weight. So, but I want to thank you so much for coming. I hope you have enjoyed Kampala. I hope you have enjoyed Uganda. Everybody that comes to Uganda, my first comment is don't stop in Kampala. Go to Masindi, to Hoima, to the west, where some of us come from. That is where the Garden of Eden was. So everything good is in Western Uganda. In terms of nature, Adrico will tell you the best is in Northern Uganda. Some people will tell you there are few things here in Buganda, concrete, yes, but that is the pearl of Africa. We're blessed with abundance. So with those few remarks, I want to thank you. I want to thank our other facilitators who've been here. I found, what do they call it? First, who are ladies, saying very many good things, which I agree with. I don't want to repeat them, but I hope this has been a very good learning experience for all of us. And we'll continue with our obita outside the meeting. So allow me invite my elder senior counsel, Ruth Sebatindira, who will now sum up with saying the bigger thank you. So Ruth, you're welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I was here in the morning, so I thought I had said my piece. And I never like hiding behind this, you know. I want to show off my jacket, Yeah, really. I'll just say thank you so much once again. Maybe for those that were not online in the morning, I mentioned that in 2004, Ligomark was 1 year old, so I was clearly a startup. And then look what happened to Ligomark. Huddersfield came to town. That's 20 years ago. And I think I attended 2 trainings. So when they came back 10 years later, 2014, as president, I was asked to speak again when Huddersfield was in town. My topic was ethical practice. And I think we cannot forget, it can't be overstated, the need for ethical practice. Running our businesses ethically. I think that was covered. I think before COVID, I spoke about strategic management or having a strategic plan for your law practice. I think, again, that has been mentioned. That can never go away. When I saw Justice Ranjit's slide earlier in the morning, one of the key elements when they are recruiting, when they're identifying the young associates that will make partnership, among the key elements is strategic vision. So many other things were said. But for me, I'm always thinking about the strategic vision. What are you thinking about strategically, among many other things? So I have to say there are 3 things I remember in that first training. I don't recall who exactly said, but I kept singing about running the business efficiently, cost efficiently, and productivity. Those are things I started singing. And I think Olivia, my partner, is here. I keep singing about those things. Now, I had done about 10 months in Deloitte & Touche, and I did not like the timesheets in Deloitte & Touche. Now, when the Rajits came to town, they kept saying, timesheets. I said, no way, I'm not going to do timesheets again. But they are an imperative. How do you record your time? How are you billing for your time? Even pro bono still must be recorded time-wise. So there are those things that stuck with me, even when I thought I was running away. You can't quite run away from timesheets. Now with tech, of course, Clio and others will show you how to record time, how to be more productive, better business processes, client management, case management, all those things. I think tech now takes good care of all those things. Maybe that was what was missing then. There was tech of those days, business processes and all, but today I think it's a notch higher. I'm aware that Nigel's practice and Justice Ranjit's former practice were running paperless offices. So I think that's where we are heading. maybe another, 5 so years from now, we shall hear people in Kampala saying they are running paperless offices. So I think the future is clear, the roadmap is clear where we want to go. I just want to say once again, thank you so much, Huddersfield, for hand-holding us, individually, institutionally. I mentioned earlier that the first law firm marketing plan I had ever seen, I got it from Justice Ranjit back then. I know he doesn't remember, but I told him, teach me marketing. Yeah? He broke it down for me. As you know, I'm good at marketing. Have you not seen? Yeah? So Ranjit, thank you so much. Nigel keeps saying, sorry? Not exactly, so I don't know what to say about Nigel. But, and beyond these walls, I want to say, and I hope Nigel and Ranjit, you don't mind, but they've met my daughter. And they took her around Huddersfield. So you see, it's a lot more than even what we are doing in these rooms. You see, I called Nigel, I said, my daughter is in town. Nigel went to the train station to pick my daughter. Guys, what do I do with that? Yeah, I don't know whether you're comfortable, but really the kindness, transcends what we are doing as professionals. You're going to build great friendships, not just with Huddersfield, but within the legal profession. So thank you so much. For me, I could say a lot, but thank you so much.
I just wanted to say 5 things really before Nigel gets the microphone, because Nigel will keep talking. But he is the founder from Huddersfield with Andrew Kasiri, so he should have the last word. So I'm the warm-up act for Nigel. But I have been to Uganda, Kampala, I don't know, I've lost count, 9 times I think, maybe 10. But I have never taught anybody in Kampala. I have simply shared my stories, my experience with my brothers and sisters, my fellow lawyers, my colleagues. So again, I hope I have shared some wisdom, some experience with you, something which you can take away over those 9-10 years that I've been here. The second thing I want to say is that for me, it's a profession. We are part of the same profession. Whether I work in Uganda or England, whether I've trained in Brazil, Paraguay, Ghana, Morocco, Turkey, wherever I've been, it's lawyers. And we are in the same industry, the same service. It's professional services, it's ethics, it's integrity. Maintain that gold standard, because if one of us is a bad apple, it brings the rest of us down. So please keep that always at the forefront of your mind. The third thing I want to say is, Ruth, has spoken about how we shared our experiences. I have no problem in sharing any experience with anybody, and I would encourage you all now to carry on this kind of course. You have such experience in your senior counsel. I hope they will do these lectures going forward and share how they have learnt from mistakes, what works, what doesn't work in Kampala or in Uganda. Mentor, have a mentoring scheme which works. So it's good for the young lawyers. The young lawyers should be doing it to the paralegals, the associates to the solicitors, and the partners to the senior associates. So I do encourage you to do this, and I hope that is one of the legacies of this twinning program, that you will now share, grow, develop some form of trust, so small firms can pool together, merge, grow, provide the service for your clients. Fourthly, can I say I love Uganda? I love Uganda. My local dialect is rubbish, so I'm not even going to try to say anything in Uganda. I should have learned something over 9 years, but I haven't, so, slap on my wrist. But the people, the culture, the community, the villages. I have been Mbarara, I've been Masindi, I've been to Para, I've been to Putongo. We've been to Lake Albert. Over the years, I've met so many people, professional, non-professional, solicitors, lawyers, judges, people just in the community. And you're a lovely people. It's a lovely community, a lovely race, and I've enjoyed coming, very much so. And I would always say, if any of you are in Huddersfield, ever, please send us an email. The door is open. I sit as a judge. You're more than welcome to come in. We can go for a coffee, we can have a meal, we can have a chat, because you can tell me about Kampala and I can tell you how cold it is in Huddersfield. But that, I genuinely mean that to any Ugandan, lawyer who's been part of this program. The invitation is always open. Finally, I, as the judge, would like to thank the Ugandan Law Society for inviting us again and again. I'm not sure why they did, but they did. And we welcome it. We enjoyed coming. I want to thank the past presidents who are here today, all very busy senior counsel, I know. It's been great working with them at different times. They've all been very charming, very engaging, very organized. Our current president, I thank them all. But most importantly, I want to finish by saying, can I thank all the delegates who have come over all those years? It's hard in practice to get CPD points. You've got cases, you've got pressures, but the training would not work without delegates. I have done training with 220 people in the room in Kampala. I've done it with, this week, I think 10, 15, 20 in the room, because it's online. Things have changed. We've done training from lawyers from Gulu to Patonga who've come on the bus overnight. So all that has been a shared experience, and it's the delegates who have gone away, like Ruth says. They've taken 1, 2, 3, 4 examples and used that in their firm, and the firm has grown. So for me, I feel we have come full circle. I feel the program has done really well as a partnership. I know we have brought young lawyers, paralegals, trainees who have spoken in front of senior counsel, and they're nervous. So our lawyers have benefited from this training as well. Networking, they've come here to network, and it's been hard for them. Nigel, me have supported them. So we have had something back. We have been rewarded by this experience. It's not a one-way, it's a two-way traffic. So I will finish by saying thank you once again, and I'm now going to pass you on to the, I don't know, Nigel, what do I say? The founder.
Just a smidgen of a background. I was becoming president of the Huddersfield Law Society, and I'm not great on committees. And we heard that there were possibilities of doing a twinning link. Something had happened with the Rift Valley in Kenya and Newcastle. And through Enid Namu, it was Enid who yeah, she was in Brighton, and I think it was maybe Ruth. There were 2 lawyers anyway who knew Andrew, and they said there's a really good president of the Law Society in Uganda who's open to doing some interesting things. We met up with Andrew, and we reached the agreement to do 2 things. He said, first, we don't want to send Ugandan lawyers to England. We want you to come and train. And secondly, at that stage, we'd seen the library in the High Court, and we realized just how bad things were. And over a number of years, we sent law textbooks. You created the resource center. You put a lair on the premises on Acacia Avenue, stuffed with books from Huddersfield. It was a joy and delight and a surprise sometimes for me to go in and see a book with a spine which said Ridley and Hall 10 Marketplace in it. And over the years, we started at Africana. We did 3 days training, the same training every day. And about 25 people came each time. So we thought we'd done well with 75. And then came the day that we were told that actually it was slated for a 3-day course. And the colleagues I was with nearly at that moment headed for Entebbe, because they'd come prepared to do one bit of 1 day, and we spread it out, but it worked. And it changed then to being the courses that we have now with the 2 days. But I want to remember 1 or 2 really crucial things. And one of them was with Moses. I think you were president about 2005? Would it be when 2004, 2005? When were you president of the 2004? Yeah, we went to Parliament, and the argument was that the move was to allow the president to extend his term beyond the 2 terms. Seems like history. Anyway, who could have thought that it would have gone on so long? Anyway, but we went, and I realized that actually that was my first clear learning experience, that actually to be a lawyer in Uganda can sometimes, particularly within working for the Uganda Law Society, to be something other than you learn at College of Law. You have to be prepared to stick your head above the parapet. And I was very struck this morning to talk to the current president, who's saying, the rule of law, how do we deal with 160 people arrested for complaining about corruption? Some things maybe don't change, but they only are helped by you being committed people. My farewell remarks would be this. 1, be brave. When we set up this twinning link, it's been unique. There has been no twinning link like it in the world. And yes, it took some bravery in me. And can I tell you, at times it wasn't easy in Huddersfield to convince them that it was such a good idea. But people were won over. We've trained young lawyers in Huddersfield. We've made them see that you can do things differently. We came in 2002 determined. We had a team of 4. We always insisted on 2 men and 2 women. Why? Because when we first came, with the greatest of respect to some of the gentlemen here who now are not black suited, there were a lot of older people in black suits and white shirts, and hey, they were men. And we wanted to be able to say, you can be a successful woman lawyer. And that's why we insisted on having 2 female lawyers speaking, training, saying our voice as experienced lawyers need to be heard just as much as mine or Ranjit's. And we're really deeply touched by Ruth, because actually Ruth came one year and took in the time recording, and then like a figure out of the Bible, the following year we said, what have you learned? And Ruth stood up and said, time recording, it's transformed me. And we like to have evidence of change. So I would say, be brave. I would say, and because I'm probably not going to be coming back for a while, I would say, make a conference like this central to your training. Make it almost the first training event each year that you lay down, because you've now got so many lawyers. We're almost back full circle. There are the bigger law firms. They're all doing the things that are right, but I strongly suspect there are still, when we came in 2002, there were 1 or 2 partner firms. I suspect that's still the case a lot. Those people need to be trained. So make it central. Make it the first one. And have confidence in yourselves. Alex yesterday, Fiona yesterday, the training we've had today. Honestly, it's cultural, it's right, and it's Ugandan. And you've got such secrets that you can share, and by mentoring. So I would say, 1, make it central. 2, and this is a plea to you. We raised this morning the question of children and family law. Next year, Ranjit and I are almost certainly going to Kenya, certainly somebody is, to train magistrates in Children Act principles from England. It's going to happen because the Kenyans realise that you have to change the attitude to children going into children's homes. In about 2015, we were going to come with a High Court judge to talk to the judiciary about how you safeguard children in a different way to what's happening. A week before we were due to arrive, the course with the judges was cancelled. I would say, think again about the children of Uganda. Is the system meeting their needs legally? If you don't think it is, if there's still a need for the judiciary to learn, be bold, be brave, and start looking about how you can learn. There are 11 of Ugandans' children who are orphans. How do we help them to have a better life? I'm 72 next. I was awarded the MBE for services to family and children, and I'm still committed to the view that as lawyers, we have a fundamental, critical role in protecting the children in Uganda, the children in England, and frankly, the children in the world. Let's use those gifts. Let's keep on working. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nigel, Justice Ranjit, and the Presidents. Thank you so much. Could I now welcome our President, Mr. Bernard Owundo, to have our closing remarks and dismiss us with a legal blessing.
Thank you. Thank you. This must be one of the most difficult times to speak, especially after Ranjit. But let me also first share my story. My legal practice was actually transformed by Huddersfield. I don't think they're able to remember, but I was a young lawyer. Had opened up a law firm at Dewinton Road. I usually tell people that we started at Dewinton Road with just one room, which we subdivided, had a boardroom and, But I was interested in practice, and I was interested in ensuring that the practice that I actually do is at another level. And so when the opportunity came for Huddersfield training, and I remember it was at golf course, like the usual CLE trainings, you say, I'll pop in and see what is happening and then possibly run away. I went in. I didn't leave for the next, I think it was 2 days. Must have been 2 days or 3 days. I didn't leave. I sat, I was taking notes, and the way the training was packaged, I remember, from responding to emails. And the beauty about it was that you even gave us precedents. So even when you talked about an email, they gave you a precedent of how to respond to an email. And then the forms. So the material was so heavy. If you went for that training and you applied it to your farm, there is no way, there is absolutely no way your farm would remain the same. If it remained the same, then the problem was you. It wasn't the trainers. And with that sort of approach, we moved from the Winton Road, then we went to Workers' House, and the farm blossomed, but because of a new way of doing things. So I want to appreciate you. I want to appreciate you. Sometimes you do not tell the impact, and perhaps you didn't know that there are so many people, I'm sure if they shared their stories, you would see that the impact that has been created over the last 20 years, over the last 20 years. So I really want to appreciate you. The second story I want to share was that when President Simon Peter Chinove hosted you for the training, I think that should have been the last training that you came before this one. You didn't come back. Yes, that was 2019, before COVID. So he then invited me to a dinner where he hosted you to a dinner. I don't think maybe you don't recall. You do. And so I was seated with President Simon and the team. I think that time you were about 4 people. And so we had dinner. And then at that point I didn't know I was going to run for president. So Simon said, no, I think you asked him, who is going to be the next president of the Law Society? And Simon said, no, he's going to be the next president of the Law Society. And then you all pointed at me. You may not remember. But let me tell you the story. So when we started the campaign, that picture was used against me. Said, no, these people had already identified a successor. In fact, it trended that time. And you are in the picture and you are pointing like this. So they said, no, these people have already identified and it really worked, against us in the campaign because, as lawyers, they never want to be directed on who to elect. Somehow, a little bit it worked, but eventually, that's just the second, a bit of it, of how Huddersfield has really impacted on those of us who have been able to share and sit with you. So when I became president, I said, we must bring back Huddersfield, because I saw the change that it impacted on my life and on my practice. And I knew that if people were given an opportunity, they would surely be impacted. And I think Doreen will tell the story. From, I think, January, I kept saying, we sent emails first and they were not responded to. Then we followed up and we ensured that you must be able to come back and give this training. So I must thank you. I must thank you for the 20 years that you have spent coming back to Kampala. That impact will continue to be felt. You see, you sowed a seed, and that seed has now grown over time. And what we are also doing is sowing the seed into the next generation. And so the seed you sowed has a multiplier effect. That seed has a multiplier effect. You sowed in us, we are sowing into the next generation will sow into the next generation. And the belief really is that with that totality, you'll have a transformative impact on our legal practice in this country. With those few remarks, let me ask, we have prepared some gifts for you. I hope that you can be able to we should have had the whole team, but I'm told some left. I'm going to ask the past presidents to come and assist. And I want to thank them for coming. Okay.
Wow.
Let me. No, please. We are the ones giving. We're on the giving side. We're on the giving side. As we hand over this, may this be what reminds you, not just of Uganda, but of the Uganda Law Society and the profession, the legal profession in Uganda that you have immensely impacted. We thank you, and may this be what you will always remember for the work done here. I'll ask Ruth to hand over the next one.
Oh my word.
So that Moses, yeah.
Well, this is from us to you with all the love. From Uganda Law Society to Huddersfield.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. My Lord. Lower. My Lord. Thank you so much for loving Uganda. Thank you so much for loving Ugandan lawyers and for loving Uganda Law Society. We thank your Law Society for entrusting you with the gift and honor of reaching out to us. We love them, and may this be a reminder, constant reminder of the affection shared between you and the Uganda Law Society. We have given you a shirt with no measure, but we hope it fits. And that's to say we love you guys so much. Thank you so much.
I will just say one last thing. So I came to Uganda, and they put me up with Alan Shinobi, and I said to Mr. Shinobi, I said, I want to hear some live music. And I said, what sort of live music? He said, oh, a bit of Congolese or something like that. Now, up until that point, Alan had been away in South Africa, and he came back and he said, come on, get in the car. And when I got in the car, this man with the biggest machine gun I've ever seen sat behind me. And I said, and who's he then? Oh, he said, they think that I might be killed, so I just need a bodyguard. So I thought, what am I going to say to my wife?
Thank you again. I hope now we can adjourn, maybe take a picture. Yeah, just take one picture and then.
Can the banner be put? Do we need to move the banner? It can be projected. I think we're going old school. This is sufficient. This is sufficient, yes. The Stone Age, but let's use it.
This is the problem when you have 4 presidents.
We have a cameraman. Do we need to use our phones?
Nigel is yours.
No, it's right.
Okay, we'll share nonetheless. We good? Okay, thank you. So, one point.
We're done with the training. Thank you very much. We stand dismissed.